Hello and welcome to episode. It's not an episode of the Stacey West podcast. It is our transfer deadline day special. Hope you are all super excited on this warm Friday night where you could be sitting in a beer garden or you could be sitting inside, sitting in front of a computer screen, wearing a shirt, tie, shorts and slippers like I am. Now, of course, I'm in the Sky Sports studio and we've got a lot of other people in and around the studio as well, who I will introduce you to very soon. First of all, thank you very much for joining us. We are going to be on air for the next 4 hours. Oh man, how am I going to put up with that? How are you going to put up with that? 4 hours. And Jez has already killed us and told us there's no more incomings. Honestly, it's like 4 pointless hours. Or is it? No, of course it's not. We've got some superb stuff coming up for you. But before I go through that, let's introduce the team. I'll bring them in one by one. And first of all, we're going to have the magic behind the curtain. You know, the Wizard of Oz. Wasn't that just like a little guy in a box instead of an actual wizard? Well, here's the little guy in the box. It's Ben. How are we doing, little guy in a box?
I'm all right. I've been called worse things, mainly by you. But yeah, no, I'm all right with being a little guy in a box.
Now, of course, we are not going to... So I've got an alarm going off already. Imagine that, live television. So we're not wearing yellow ties today, no. Mainly because somebody had boxed up their yellow tie. So what the hell have you got around your neck?
I've got a Dennis the Menace football-themed tie, if you can see that. It's, yeah. Chris used the word snazzy. And I'm pretty sure that it was the exact same word that was used when my nana gave it to me many, many, many years ago.
It is incredibly 80s, incredibly retro, and dare I say, incredibly Ben. Now, Ben's going to be behind the scenes for a lot today. He's going to be looking at everything that's going on around the world of football, updating that ticker that you've got going on below. And on the hour, every hour, you're going to see that beautiful face that's next to Ben here, and Ben going through the news headlines. So, Ben, are you ready to be the hub of all research tonight, which is unusual for you?
I mean, I did all right in January. It was a good one.
You did do all right in January. So we look forward to that. Ben's also had a great opportunity to speak to a special guest that we've got some VT for you. Tell us a little bit about that, Ben. What have we got coming up from that?
Yeah, so we had a chat in the group and we said, was there anything that we thought we could add into the conversation, if there was any questions that we could potentially ask at the club. And Charlie came up with a really good question around what is involved in a medical. Obviously, you hear a lot about players gone for a medical at XYZ or, you know, whichever club it's going to be. So we thought we'd see if we could ask the question. And yeah, I got to chat to Kieran Walker from the club, who's given us a bit of insight into what that entails. So yeah, it was a good little chat. That's going to be on in a little bit.
Brilliant. Yeah, didn't need your life story. You just need to say that we're talking to Kieran Walker, but it's not. I know you know it's good to get some airtime. So Ben, thank you so much, mate. Obviously, we're going to have a good night. We'll chat to you again soon. So Ben is numero uno. He's been around since day one of the Stacey West podcast. Somebody who's been around since the 0-0 draw with Cambridge, I believe, is Chris Lamming. So we'll bring Mr. Lamming in. Now, he's dressed up like somebody who should be serving you on a cruise ship in the 70s.
Yes, so I'm off there this weekend, mate. So, 7 o'clock, Stacey West transfer deadline day special, midnight on a cruise ship. It was the 2-0 defeat to Cambridge, by the way, away.
Okay. Yep. Which ironically was better than the 0-0 draw in very, very many different ways.
It was, only marginally, though. It was a poor game.
So Chris is going to be with us, as everybody is, all night. We're going to lose him for the first half hour, but then you've been doing some extensive research into Stevenage, and then we've got all sorts of bits and bobs planned. And you're also doing a little bit of the monthly show with Charlie, where we look back in over August, I believe.
That's right. Yeah, lots to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. Have a lovely evening.
So that's Chris. He's just going off to dice some chicken. I don't know. And we'll bring on the main man, the only guy who's got his yellow tie, and that's because it's the one that he packed to take to Gibraltar. Because if you didn't know he's in Gibraltar, and if you didn't know, don't worry, he'll tell you extensively. Charlie, how are you doing?
Hurt. I don't mention it. You mention it for me, but I'm more than happy to lean in. I have to wear the yellow tie. It's deadline day. You feel like I've got to stick with tradition, and I'm intrigued. You said there, Chris. You remembered when Chris's first game was on the podcast. Do you remember what my first preview was? Almost 2 years ago, a year and a half now.
It was towards the end. It was towards the end of a season. I remember it. It was March time you came in. I want to say Rotherham, but I don't know if that's right or not.
So it was the end of February, so close enough. And it was MK Dons at home. It was the game where Paris Magoma, I think, scored from the corner late on to equalise in like the 88th, 89th minute. That was my first preview. Oh, were you?
Was that at home?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bitterly cold. I wasn't very well. I stayed at home and watched it on iFollow with my dog, who fell asleep halfway through. So, but that was Mark Kennedy's Lincoln City, wasn't it? So we'll get on with the podcast in a minute. Charlie's going to stay with us, so he's going to be doing the main bulk of the podcast early doors. But what can you expect? So we're going to have, first of all, and if it looks like I'm looking to the ceiling, it's because my second screen is up here. So we're going to open with what would be a typical podcast. So we're going to be discussing, Charlie and I are going to be discussing Bailey Cadamartri, who's obviously signed for us. We're going to be discussing Saxon Early. We're hoping we're saying his name right. So we're going to be discussing his capture, and we're just going to be going through those bits and bobs. Then we're going to drop a preview in with a Stevenage support, which was Borough Pod, I believe.
It was Pat from Borough Pod. He's always great to have on and very, very knowledgeable about Stevenage.
And then Charlie's going to disappear. Chris is going to come in. We're going to talk about Stevenage, 8 o'clock headlines. Then we're going to roll the Kieran Walker interview. Then around 8:25, half an hour, it's going to be handed over to Chris and Charlie. They do a monthly show, so if you haven't watched it before, it can be quite stats heavy. It's really fascinating. We've watered it down a little bit this week for a kind of a more varied audience, let's say. 9 o'clock headlines, and then from 9 o'clock we're going to start talking about the transfers, the transfer window, what looks good for Lincoln, what may have gone better, all that sort of stuff. 10 o'clock headlines, and then we've got what we're hoping will be the main event. Jez George is coming on. We're all going to get to have a chat with Jez, put some questions to him. We might even take some from you guys, and that's the plan. Last year we had a massive plan, and all of it went out of the window really, really quickly because signings happened. Jez has already killed us on that one, unfortunately, by saying that there are no incoming signings and I'm just being told it's early, not early. So I'm just being told it's early, Saxon Early. But he's killed us, really, hasn't he, in that, with no incoming, but potentially some outgoings.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where we're probably looking at the most. Maybe even a little bit worrisome for some players, because you go into the final 4 or 5 hours of a transfer window, and a little bit like the live show last year. Any plan that the club might have had going into the final 4 hours of the transfer window could immediately get thrown out of kilter, because things happen so quickly, so much more quickly than what they do on any other day of the year going into these final few moments. I say final few moments, there's still 4 hours left. God, we're here for 4 hours. But yeah, at the moment, it doesn't look like we'll be getting any incomings then.
No, we'll go through some of the comments already. So there's quite a few people already on board, 70 people watching. Fantastic. Thank you. So 69. Somebody didn't like being number 70. So thank you very much, everybody who's watching at the moment. Hopefully we can give you a decent show. Ratius says bow ties out and everything. Top draw stuff. England CSB says Lincoln admin have gone home. Error survives. That's going to be a big talking point for us. Ratius says Cadamartri is a nice pickup, by the way. I may be a Borough season ticket holder these days, but I grew up in Sheffield in Owls territory and still keep an eye on them. You've done well there. We'll be discussing that in just a moment. Ben has some breaking news. Dan and Lunderloo signs for Cambridge United. Well, look, this is a deadline day special, so that's the first curveball. Dan and Lunderloo signs for Cambridge United. Not somebody who was a massive hit here, but somebody who I really liked, and I think he could do well at Cambridge.
Yeah, I was actually quite disappointed in a way when he got recalled or went back in that January window, because he got that goal. He got that goal, didn't he? Was it away at Wigan, if I remember correctly, in that 2-1? Yeah, but it looked like he was starting to come into his own a little bit. All right, yes, he didn't have the goals to show it, but I felt there was something there that a little bit longer he could have shown a little bit more. But hopefully he can refine that. I say form; it wasn't really form, but hopefully he can find his potential at Cambridge.
Well, no, I don't hope he does. I hope he fails, because I want us to beat Cambridge. So as long as he don't find it during the games against them.
Well, that of course.
I think the thing with Dan Lunderloo was he's got all of the right attributes. It never worked for him at Lincoln, unfortunately. He was injured when he arrived. He then played against Man United under 21s when he was probably not quite fit and got injured again. He always had all the right ingredients, but he didn't quite ever end up being the finished dish. And obviously at Bolton, he hasn't really made it there either. The goals return just isn't there. So it's an interesting one for Cambridge. Let's face it, it feels a little bit like our Lee Angol signing. If I'm honest, no Cambridge fans are going to be there going, this is an amazing signing. It's not like they've just picked up a Bailey Cadamarteri, for instance. But at the same time, there is a player there if they can get it out of him. Is Gary Monk the right guy to do it? I'm not really sure. Look, let's crack on with some Lincoln City content, which is what people are here for. Kev Barwise is on, and Kev has said, "Evening, gents. I have to agree with Gary on last week's pod. I think this is possibly our strongest ever imp squad. Exciting times." And we've actually signed 2 players since that last week. The first of which, let's take it chronologically, Ben. That means in time order. Bailey Cadamarteri has signed for the club. Couple of things that I noticed about Bailey Cadamarteri, which really impressed me, was he spoke to the Sheffield Star about doing his due diligence on the club, on the way that we play, on making sure that the club suited him and suited his development. I understand that Sheffield Wednesday's management were very heavily involved in that, not palming it off to a loan manager. This is a player that Danny Roll really rates as well. Look, every signing is a good signing when they arrive. Every signing is a bad signing when they arrive. You can't tell, but on paper, this looks like quite a positive move by the club.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, first of all, when you just look at those baseline stats, playing in the Championship last season and getting like over 20 appearances and 4 goals in that, I mean, obviously that return itself doesn't exactly sound amazing, but for a player that we've got on loan at the age of 19 that played 1,000 minutes in the Championship last season, that's outstanding. Again, it sort of just helps show the calibre of players that we're able to pick up in this sort of a transfer window, and obviously the likes of Michael Skubala are a massive part of that. And I saw the exact same thing that you did, and I was very, very impressed by that for 2 reasons. First of all, again, it's a great kind of positive for the club that we're being spoken about by other clubs and other players in that vein of, this is a great club to send the players out to, and this is a great club to go to for your development. But it also shows a massive amount of intelligence from the actual player himself. And I think that's, again, something that I value very, very highly. Somebody like Ben House, for example, you can tell when he's on the pitch, he's got a high footballing intelligence. He knows when, to press, for example. He knows what to do in certain situations. His decision-making is never something that you have really a massive issue with. And if we've got a player who's come in at the age of 19 and is sat down and genuinely studying and doing due diligence on the clubs that are maybe in for him and that he's got the option to go to, again, that just shows a high level of intelligence. If he can then translate that onto the pitch, I think this could be a great signing, because not just his technical ability, not just his physical attributes, but he's clearly headstrong as well.
Yeah, but I think it was Darren Moore a while ago said that Bailey Cadamarteri was a boy in a man's body. So I think physicality wise, he looks very well. Now you're far too young to remember his dad Danny Cadamarteri bursting onto the scene at Everton. I doubt you were a twinkle in your father's eye back then, but I remember it really well. And I remember Danny Cadamarteri, somebody whose career I followed a little bit. Now he was actually best friends with a guy called David Poppleton, who played for Lincoln briefly at the end of the 90s. And David Poppleton often spoke quite highly of Danny Cadamarteri in terms of his footballing brain, in terms of his upbringing. Obviously, I believe Danny stayed very involved with his son's development as well. So for me, it's almost like taking a famous name a little bit. Cadamarteri to me had that kind of, I'm not going to say a Francis Jeffers feel, but when a young player breaks through and kind of it means something. And I think actually Bailey did that very well at Sheffield Wednesday last season. It was a tough season for them. When Danny Roll came in, things did turn around, but they were still bottom three. They were still fighting. So this is a young man who comes into the side, scores 3 goals, gets an assist, and is now here at Lincoln City. He obviously manages to deal with pressure really well. Now, there's another little bit of news coming in here that I want to pick up on that kind of relates to this, because the number 9 shirt, lots of people hoped it had been saved for another player. Now, it's been given to Bailey Cadamarteri. I'm going to keep calling him Danny. It's been given to Bailey Cadamarteri. Interesting thing here is Joe Taylor's on the bench for Luton tonight, so it doesn't actually look like he is going anywhere.
Well, that's an interesting one. If you'd have asked me at the start of the transfer window whether I would be surprised come deadline day to still be seeing Joe Taylor in a Luton Town shirt playing for Luton Town tonight, I'd have said, it wouldn't surprise me at all. He's good enough to take the step up to the Championship by what he's already shown in League 2 and League 1. And if that's with Luton Town, then so be it. He can be a squad player. It surprises me a little bit, and it's kind of just been summed up there quite nicely. It surprises me a little bit because of how heavily rumoured a move away was. Now, whether that situation was they were looking at a move away, they weighed up the options and realised they couldn't get in anybody as good as Joe Taylor as cover, so felt that his development was best placed staying at Luton Town, then who knows? It's difficult because we would have all, I think, loved Joe Taylor to come back. He's a number 9 that can score goals. He's already shown that. He's got the pace. He shows why he's a big money player and why he would have been a big money player if he moved permanently anywhere this window. But it's also okay that we haven't got him because we've also brought in somebody who, again, seems to have a really high caliber, as you've said. So I'm not hurt by not getting Joe Taylor, considering the player that we seem to have got.
No, I mean, I'm not at all. You're always linked with players. Some moves are close, others are not. I think the fact that we were even discussing him through the summer was a massive positive. But when I look at Bailey Cadamarteri coming in, and lots of talk about him making this decision for the right reasons, I think, and I haven't got it in front of me, I think Jez or somebody certain, Michael, I think it might have been mentioned about him making a footballing decision. And I really respect that. And I think that that's the type of club that we're trying to be. We don't want to be the club that go, well, we've got a little bit of money, we can buy our way up the league. And let's face it, I'm not being snobbish about it. That's how we got out of League 2. If we were doing this transfer window in the League 2 season, when we signed Lee Angol and we signed James Brown, I think it was, and neither of them played any time because we were literally just, well, there's a little crack there, let's bring someone in, and we were packing it in, and we did it with money. We signed John Akindi, we did it with money. There's no doubt about that. We weren't extravagant, but we were good spenders. But I like the fact that we know we can't do that now. Even if we could, even if Ron Fowler, we could tap him up and he could load money onto us, ethically it wouldn't work. Long-term sustainability, it wouldn't work. And I like the fact that a player like Bailey Cadamarteri, Jesus Christ, a player like Bailey has almost recognised that, and a club like Sheffield Wednesday have recognised that, because other teams were in for him. By the way, Wrexham were heavily linked with him. And Paul Warne made some interesting comments about the loan market when he said, we're trying to loan players who are being paid £10,000 a week by their club, and they're asking for £12,000 a week to come and loan for us. That's realistic within the market. We might ask Jez about that later on, potentially. It's kind of another little facet for the market. So there's no doubt that if Bailey Cadamarteri had wanted to just go for the money, I'm sure somebody would have been able to outspend us. So I quite like that.
Yeah, it's a really strange market, this transfer window, isn't it? Because we've probably, again, we haven't seen the figures, but we've probably had one of our highest spends in terms of a transfer window, maybe even ever. I mean, for as long as I can remember anyway. And yet we're still being utterly eclipsed by seemingly everybody else in the division. Like when you've even got the likes of Burton spending as much as they seem to be doing on certain players, we're, again, a small fish in a massive pond. But actually, the way that we are doing it again, and the way that we've been doing it now for the last good few years, we're doing the smart transfers. We're bringing the right players in. We're bringing the players in that, okay, suit the transfer strategy. We're not going to use the word model. and it's kind of a positive. But then you look at the whole league, and it just looks like a crackpot league. You look at the likes of Birmingham today, and I don't want to kind of put down on any other club, but you look at the likes of Birmingham supposedly being linked with a £10 million move today. I mean, when I saw that, I immediately got on the phone with a friend of mine because we were just talking about how ridiculous it is. There will be an independent regulator that comes in soon enough that will stop anything like that happening, and it will put a lot of the teams that have acted in that way in the pooper, shall we say. So why shouldn't we do it the right way to set ourselves up better for the future?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Charlie. And when I saw that 10 million fee, I didn't ring anybody up. I just looked at it and went, oh well, in a year's time you'll reap what you sow. I think they'll go up, if I'm honest, and I think that they'll do relatively well. But I'm in a League One chat group, and the Birmingham fan was saying, you know, it's responsible, we're all right, we've got the money behind us, and it's not responsible. And my point was, I think actually you might even be in the same chat thinking about it, but my point was, well, everybody thinks it's responsible. Reading and Wigan thought it was responsible. Bolton, when people are spending money, and again, it goes back before you, goes back to Rushden, it goes back to Darlington. Darlington thought it was responsible building a 25,000 all-seater stadium when 2,500 people went to watch them. And the football fans can be really blinkered, because there's this perception, spend money good, you know, and there's an element within the Lincoln fans, and it kind of goes back to Joe Taylor, you know, the chairman should put his hand in his pocket, but it's not about that, because football's got to be sustainable. There is a wind of change coming. There's this great big cloud on the horizon. It's like being on the plains of America, and you can see it miles away. It's not here now, it's not smashing your house up now, but in 1 year's time or 2 years' time, when the regulator gets a proper grip on football, you know, there will be significant change, and Lincoln City are one of the clubs, I believe, that are in a good position. Right, before we move on to the new signing, there's a couple of points, a couple of questions that I want asking. Joe Cates has got one here, which is easy to say answer. No. Yeah, so Ben House to Sunderland. Heard of Ben House to Sunderland? Absolutely not. As far as we're aware, there are no significant outgoings at all. Where are my other chats? There was a good one there. Here we go. So Tom Yoxon, further to Gary's point, re-youth loans. Are we paying a premium to attract these loan players compared to other League One clubs? Now, it's my understanding that we don't do loan fees and signing on fees as policy. I don't know if you're aware of that, Charlie. Ben is. He's put it in the private chat. It's his point.
I have to say that I'm aware of it now, because Ben is. No, I believe I knew that. I'm going to pretend I did anyway. Yeah, look, the way that we're able to attract those players isn't by just spending more, isn't by paying a premium. It is by becoming an attractive club for young players, and that's by having a consistent track record, and that's by also caring for the young players whenever they come through the door, and that's whether that's players coming in, whether that's players going out. You know, I had the conversation with Jez about this time last year, well, probably about 6 months ago actually, and it was talking about Jay Ben at Solihull. Because I had been talking to somebody down at Solihull, and they had mentioned how great Lincoln were at caring for the player. Whenever they spoke to them, it was always so much more about the player as a person, just as much as their attributes and things like that. And they could really tell that it would be a great relationship to have club to club in the future. And I asked Jez the question, I said, well, how does that actually look? Because it's great to hear that in theory, but how does that look practically? And apparently it's just the absolute little things, like when you go down to watch the player that, okay, in this scenario, it was us having them on loan somewhere else. But when you go down to watch them to go and do their monthly checkup or whatever, you just stay 15 minutes after the end of the game to say hello to them, to catch up with them, see how they're doing, rather than leaving early to beat the traffic. Those tiny little things that we always do and we seemingly do very, very well, like with Conor McGrandles, letting him do his rehab at Lincoln and be here all over the summer, maybe even before a contract was signed for this coming season. Those little things make us a very attractive club for players as people to want to come to.
Yep, very much so. Now, I did see a question about who does Saxon replace, but I can't find it now. If Ben can find that, then brilliant. So that we're going to be talking about there we go. He's quicker than me. So we're going to be talking about Saxon early. Now there is a point here. It looks like it's on notthetop20.com from Craig Bradley. So I think this is a really interesting one to read out about our new player, because I think there's a perception that we were looking for a left-sided cover, somebody who might be able to come in, and we don't want him to displace Sean Rowan. We've just signed Eric Ring, kind of almost like a James Brown. And for those of you who don't remember who James Brown was, he didn't feel so good when he came on loan from Millwall because he didn't play at all. He literally just came in as cover and didn't get a game. And we do get that. TJ did that for a while, but I don't think he came in as cover. That was more of a COVID outcome. So there's a feeling that Saxon Early may have just come in as cover. Now, Craig Bradley on the notthetop20.com. I'm assuming it's on a website of some description. One of our researchers has sent it. We have researchers now. Beyond injuries, it's difficult to understand why Saxon Early's Plymouth career has never taken off. Over a couple of pre-seasons, he's looked good enough for a shot at a starting berth, but it's never materialised into game time. He was farmed out to Wycombe for the back end of the season where injuries stopped him in his tracks. However, I'm convinced there's a player to persevere with, and I love this move for him. Lincoln needed somebody at left wing back, and I can foresee Early inverting into midfield, vacating space for Sean Rowan to move forward into. It's all very exciting in my mind's eye. I just hope he can keep his fitness together in order to do his ability justice. Now, we're talking about a player here who played 27 times for Stevenage in the season that they were promoted out of League Two under Steve Evans, was then recalled by his parent club and sold to Plymouth, and played a minor role in Plymouth winning the League One title. I think he scored twice in his first couple of games there. He looked like a massive signing. Picked up a couple of injuries last season. I think he was injured twice, once at Plymouth and once at Wycombe, different ankle injuries. But almost like that kind of those words from the Not Top 20 podcast almost makes it look as if we've signed somebody who's going to be vying for a starting position at left wing back.
Well, look, we want every player who comes into the building to be vying for a starting position, don't you? That's kind of the hope, even for every cover player. But for a young lad like this, if he can kind of show that mentality immediately, that would be brilliant. He's clearly got a bit of pedigree about him. It's great when you can hear neutrals like that talking about something like this and really sort of being really positive about a new signing of ours, when it isn't sort of somebody like me or you waxing lyrical about them. That's, if anything, it holds that extra level of credibility because that person just has absolutely no inherent bias. And again, obviously there's some of the comments that are coming up there, people having some really positive comments about him. And that was something else that I was just about to mention, the comment that you've got up on there. He is seemingly out of contract next summer. And also bearing in mind, Sean Rowan is out of contract next summer. Now, I know that they are potentially going to be playing slightly different positions, but a left-footed defensive player, whether that be wing-back, whether that be left-back, whether that be a left centre-half at any point in the season, who knows, bringing in cover like that on loan for a year as a potential for a permanent this time next summer, it, again, just seems like a great bit of business. He seems to have some really strong technical ability about him. Like you say, those couple of goals that he got for Plymouth sort of let him burst onto the scene there. A couple of injuries over, like you said, the last season may have held him back a little bit, which is obviously always a concern because you never quite know what a player's going to be like after that when they've effectively had a season a little bit like erased from history because they didn't really achieve anywhere near as much as they would have hoped. But hopefully here under Michael Skubala, with the opportunity to play at that left wing back role, I think he could seriously create something for himself for the future. And also, I
just wanted to go to the breaking news, Charlie, if that's all right.
Please do.
Breaking news in League One that Ben's just flicked up on the screen. So Birmingham have agreed personal terms with Jay Stansfield for a £10 million move. Now, as far as I was aware before this summer, I think the previous transfer record in this division was meant to be Will Grigg. But that was kind of it was when he went to Sunderland, I think, wasn't it? But it didn't read. Yeah, Chris has got his thumbs up, so I know I'm right, even though Charlie's frowning. So I think that absolutely blows this out of the water. And Will Grigg's move also was appearance based. That's just unbelievable, really, for this division. And there'll be our entire playing budget is surely not going to be anywhere near that. I mean, it's just madness.
It's honestly crazy. And it goes back to what we were saying earlier on about you can't even try and pretend that that's sustainable for League One. I don't care how big of a club people might think Birmingham is. I don't care how much revenue they think they're going to get this year. £10 million bearing in mind, I think our overall income last season was about £5.5 million, if I remember the accounts correctly. Crazy. So, yeah, somehow they're paying double what our income is over the whole year. It's just stupid. And that's on one player. That will probably take their overall transfer spend to close to 20 million, maybe even over 20 million for the whole season.
Just before we move on, I just want to pick up on this comment from Joe Cates, if I may. Didn't Early have 2 bad ankle injuries last season? Feel we've been here before several times and the lad's only played twice since April 2023. Just to say, Joe, if it was a player that we were signing and we were relying on him, as we were do 1 year ago with Jack Vale, I would absolutely kind of go, yeah, I buy that. When it's a squad, I think of 26 and he's number 27 coming in, and I think those numbers are right. And if anyone wants to have a count up for me, then please do. Then I'm not so worried, because at that point you can kind of afford to go, well, we'll take a little bit of a risk on this, because if it doesn't work out, Rico is coming back to fitness. Dylan Duffy has the gaming thing hanging over his head, but he's playing at the minute. Dom Jeffries can play there. Eric Rings come in. So I think that we can afford to take a little bit more of a risk. We have also been there before with Neil Eardley, very similar name, who came in having not played very much football, and Michael O'Connor before him. So sometimes it does work out and sometimes it doesn't. We were there with Jack Vale last season. Didn't work out. Doesn't always work out, admittedly. So there we go. Right. I think we ought to move on, and I ought to close Discord because it's beeping in my ear. Because we are halfway through the show. So, Charlie, if you would like to introduce the preview with the Stevenage man, and then Ben can roll VT, and we'll move on to looking ahead to this weekend's game.
The Stevenage man, yes, absolutely. I was joined by Pat from Boroughpod, looking ahead to Saturday, and here is a 5-minute segment of what he had to say. We talk about player transfers all the time, and although this technically wasn't a summer move, it is also only right that we talk about the manager transfer, the manager move. You know, all of Lincoln fans' favourite pantomime villain, Steve Evans, moving on to Rotherham. And, you know, like we said earlier, like we joked about earlier, seemingly failing so far. What was your initial reaction when it happened? And now that you can look back on it, do you think your initial reaction will have changed in any way?
I think at the time when he left, we were feeling like, we were basically on relegation form at that point, but we had enough in the bank to be safely in mid-table. But that last quarter of the season, we were picking up the odd draw, barely any wins. So we were struggling. Like, if that continued into the start of this season, we'd be much more concerned. It felt a bit disingenuous to be so hurried to get your ass out the door as he was, you know, leaving to go for Rotherham's last game of the season. There was no real need to hurry in there. Their relegation was already sealed. So, but, you know, that's what he's like, isn't it? It's self first, and that's just consistently how it's been through the career. And you've seen that kind of rotating thing with him where there'll be an uptick for 18 months, but it won't stay together for longer periods than that. And, you know, with the next club on that cycle, people were concerned going back to Revel because the first time wasn't a successful time. And, you know, some people have a never go back to a manager sort of mentality. But where I've stepped in before, it was at a really terrible time for the club in terms of like league position and the squad that was together and all that sort of stuff. And he'd not been long retired. He'd been working with the academy for a few months and then stepped in as manager as a favour, like interim and then permanent. And it was just like a terrible set of circumstances to try and take on that first managerial role with very little experience as a first team coach and handling players you'd been in a squad with as a player until recently. So I think the time out of the managerial seat has done him good. He's had a lot of coaching experience with very experienced managers in that period. And he comes back to it with a fresh mindset and trying to impose his own character on the team now, I think. So we're seeing it as the blueprint of what made us successful last year is still there, but we're seeing more kind of smaller ball playing midfielders getting more of a role in how they try to build attacks when they're playing at their best, which we were more direct feeling last season. So there is subtle difference as to how we're playing now. And we're seeing players who seem to have the ability but weren't given the chance to excel in the previous squad now getting that chance. I don't think, like, if Evans had stayed on, I don't think Harvey White would still be at the club.
Yeah. I think for every single player at any football club, as soon as there's a managerial change, there's obviously a new opportunity for you, isn't there? And if you can prove yourself worthy under a new manager, you can literally rewrite your own future at a football club. And it's always kind of quite nice to see when that happens, isn't it? Those little redemption arc stories, if you like, and when they get those second chances and prove that they should have been given that earlier, for example, and it always kind of looks bad on the original manager, even though that necessarily isn't always the case. It's just the way that things have applied themselves, and it is so multifaceted in that way. Let's look ahead then, because we've spoken a lot about the path, whether that be just the window or the moves and such. And obviously, as you were just talking there, the most previous managerial spell for Revel as well. Saturday. I think first of all, let's ask you, how do you expect the team to line up? What kind of a shape, what kind of a formation are you expecting us to have to face?
It's been predominantly kind of 4-4-2 diamond this season, with Simpson leading the line with List or Roberts up alongside him, and then Phillips or one of the Thompsons in a defensive midfield role. Sometimes Harvey White in a kind of quarterback defensive midfield role, but he often pushes on and gets involved higher up the field with Dan Kemp, who's been playing really nicely, predominantly outright wide right. We had 1-3-5-2 half against Huddersfield, which went absolutely terribly, and it was immediately switched to way back. And in the game against Burton, the kind of stalemate sort of game, it was very much Simpson leading the line with 3 attacking midfielders up behind him, and then White and Thompson further back in midfield. So 4-4-2 diamond, or possibly with a slightly more withdrawn second striker playing out wide and cutting in from the left-hand side.
Yeah. Okay, right. So that's an interesting way to see it go then. And all I will say, Mansfield played a sort of a 4-4-2 diamond, that kind of 4-1-2-1-2, as well, like a 4-3-1-2. Quite narrow like that as well. And we beat them 4-1. So fingers crossed, they roll on Saturday.
Well, Chris is obviously doing something else. Thank you very much, Charlie, for that. I think my favourite moment in all of that where he described Steve Evans as slightly disingenuous. Couldn't wait to get out of the door, but he had to, because they had to widen it first. Anyway, Chris, first of all, welcome onto the show. I can't really understand why my screen is doing that. There we go. Interesting points there. How do you see the game going?
Yeah, very interesting points, particularly in terms of formation, because I've seen it written down, other than that 3-5-2 half that was mentioned against Huddersfield, seeing the system written down in 3 different ways, depending on what source you look at, which would indicate there's an element of flexibility around Stevenage. So I actually am reasonably confident going into this game. I appreciate I have said that every week so far, actually bar Burton. So I'm confident going into this game. I'll explain why in a bit, but how are you feeling going into it?
Well, I'm feeling that my green screen needs to move. There we go. It was a little bit Wizard of Ozzy, wasn't it? Do you know what? I remember playing Stevenage last year. I don't remember the game because I was leathered for the entire game. It was my birthday weekend. But I remember the absolute fear of going down there and playing this tough, nasty, awful team. You knew what you were going to get, and I'm not sure you quite know what you're going to get from Stevenage now. They've seen pretty middle of the road in terms of the results. They've beaten Shrewsbury, but I'm going to be honest, pretty sure Lincoln City women would beat Shrewsbury at the moment. They are bad. They've drawn with Burton, which in itself doesn't look bad, but they've managed to stop a really good attacking side from scoring, but they haven't scored against Burton, who defensively looked quite ropey. Not a bad result against Huddersfield. So they're kind of in the middle. 3 games in, it's really hard to tell. 6-7 games in, if they've still picked up 4 points every 3 games, you know roughly that they're going to be mid-table. If they put a little run together, then arguably they may capture their form from last season. I think what surprised me is that they haven't just crashed and burned straight away. Steve Evans had assembled a really good squad. at Stevenage of decent players, and there's one or two I know that are not there now. But Tyrese Simpson, I mean, yeah, he's been at Swindon, he's been at Northampton. You can feel him building a little bit in this division. Dan Kemp is somebody who did outstandingly well, I think, last season. And the boy Phillips, who I remember from his time at Gillingham for an awful tackle in the opening game of the season against us. But again, somebody who's got a little bit about him. And Carl Piergianni, was dominant against us in a game that we drew 0-0. That, let's face it, had we beaten them back then, we would have ended up in the playoffs. That game stopped us getting in there. So I think they've got the best bits of a Steve Evans side, but with an air of unpredictability that it makes it really hard to say anything about them.
Yeah, they're kind of in transition, I think, but they've got good individual players, which I think means that they're probably going to be okay this season. I think pretty much every 1 to 24 I've seen, including ours, have seen a drop-off in Stevenage compared to last season. But how far down they've dropped does vary quite a bit. I think they're definitely a far better side than Shrewsbury. As mentioned, they beat Shrewsbury 1-0, but everyone's going to beat Shrewsbury. Honestly, I think literally if you was to line up any team as things stand right now in League One, and you was asked to predict that game, I think Shrewsbury lose against every single opponent at the moment. So obviously you can only beat what's in front of you, but that is the only game they've won so far this season in the league. In regard to system, though, they do out of possession particularly play one up top, as you mentioned, Tyrese Simpson being that real focal point. Depending on shape, other players kind of come and join in. It's been listed on Y-Scout predominantly as a 4-2-3-1. So that indicates that they're protecting the wide areas with two wide players on each flank. So from a tactical perspective, I think what's really interesting is they played against Burton and played against Shrewsbury in the league, who both play one striker up top systems, and Stevenage have played a back four against those teams. Now that indicates that they're going to be defending with what's known as a +1. So generally speaking, it's quite a good idea a lot of the time to try and defend with one extra defender compared to the direct attackers that you're playing against. So if you're playing against a front two, as they did against Huddersfield, they switched in the first half to a back five, which meant that there was three centre backs dealing with two Huddersfield centre forwards, and they were crap. Didn't have a single shot in that first half against Huddersfield. So obviously XG, everyone's favourite stat, of course, including ours, was 0 because they didn't have a single shot. And then they swiftly changed back to the 4-2-3-1/diamond that had suited them earlier in the other games. So that poses a question, because we play two up top. Are they going to play a back five, or are they going to play a back four? And if they play a back five, you'd like to think we're reasonably confident of beating them, because it tends to be kind of a 5-4-1 shape out of possession, quite deep, quite kind of come and beat us sort of style. I think we're decent against that sort of side. Offered very, 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 well, literally nothing going forward. So you'd like to think, in terms of the small amount of evidence that we've got, that our version of that is going to be quite a bit more polished than theirs. I expect them to be in the back four. And what that means is they haven't got a defensive overload, which is great. That means that we've got two centre forwards playing up against two centre backs, and also we've got 5 centre forwards on the books, so we're probably going to bring at least 2 on, and it means we can really freshen that up midway through the game. And I think that's going to pose a real threat. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Just pick you up on that. Do we think that their centre forward line looks a little bit weaker than last season? I mean, Jamie Reid was a bit of a monster. But you've got Elliot List, you've got Louis Appier, who I think we were linked with. Was he the lad that had been at Northampton? And
yeah.
We both looked at that link and went, I can't really see that coming off. And okay, Tyrese Simpson, we're talking about him as in a positive, but actually his goals to games ratio, funnily enough, again coming from Northampton, and you wonder if that's maybe the Alex Revel link, because I think he was there as well. In terms of an attacking threat, it feels to me like they probably don't quite have the same attacking threat that they had last season.
Yeah, and the stats would suggest that that's the case so far. In terms of build-up, they're still quite direct, as the chap from Stevenage, the fan mentioned, that they are maybe trying to play slightly more intricately at times, but the building blocks are still there from before. So they've played the 4th highest amount of long passes, and they've entered the final third in the 5th highest amount so far this season. Yet they've had the fewest touches in the box out of any team in League One. Now, they were right up there for touches in the box last season because they just loaded the box, obviously. So many set pieces that are directly into the box. Every kind of deep cross was into the box. Every throw-in was into the box. So just by kind of probability, you're going to win some of those touches, and that counts as a touch in the box. For them to be lowest in League One at the moment, with still a relatively direct style, would indicate that, the forward line hasn't quite clicked yet, certainly. I actually really quite like Tyrese Simpson as a player. I don't know if he would suit us in our system, but I think he could be a really effective player in League One. I don't think he's ever going to be the sort of player that scores 20 goals. I think he could facilitate the team to score 20 goals, though. So I don't think we want to just discount their threat, but I do think it's probably a little bit, if not weaker, then kind of unfinished or unpolished at the moment. So I think from a defensive perspective for us, you'd like to think we could be relatively confident.
Let me ask you a question then about the likes of Tyrese Simpson, because you say there he's not the striker that's ever going to score 20 goals. And you and I have had this conversation about many Lincoln City players that shouldn't always judge someone on goals. For instance, Ben House, although he's doing relatively well at the moment, we say he's never going to get you 20 goals a season, but he will facilitate other players scoring. If you're a striker that's facilitating other players scoring, is that a striker that should be playing in a 2 rather than a 1? Because if you're the lone striker and you're facilitating others scoring, but you don't have another striker around you, that makes your life really, really tough.
I think it depends. It depends on the system. So obviously it's a very different level, but I seem to remember when Roberto Firmino was playing as a central striker for Liverpool with Mo Salah on one side and Sadio Mane on the other. Firmino didn't get many goals, but he assisted those two to score bucket loads. So I don't think necessarily that's the case. Is it easier to be a link-up player and create chances for your teammates when you've got someone else up there with you? Yeah, of course it is. Absolutely right. So I think it's a bit of a lone foray for him at the moment. But I don't think it's impossible. Absolutely not.
Okay. Just one question I keep seeing coming up in the chat here, which I wanted to pick up on. It says, has Ring got his clearance yet? Absolutely no idea at all. And as David Larder quite rightly says, I think Michael Scabala will reveal that as late as possible. It'll be like when Shadipo signed. If he's training tomorrow, then potentially, but I think that they won't be looking. We've made the announcement. They won't be looking at letting anything go. If he hasn't, what do you see the left side of our pitch looking like, Mr. Lamming, tomorrow? Because actually, even if Eric Ring doesn't have his clearance, there's Dylan Duffy, there's Dom Jeffries, and there's now Saxon Early.
Yeah, I think from a tactical perspective, this is really interesting, and I think this is something that could change throughout the season. I think we're pretty set on Tendai being our starting right wing back bar injury, though of course we still do have options there, though it is unlikely that you'd ever play a left-footed player at right wing back. So I think that position and that element of our team is relatively set. On the left side, I think we've got a really interesting dynamic because we've got Sean Rowan playing left centre-back. And what we've seen happen quite a lot, and this is interesting, they mentioned on the Not the Top 20 little post when we signed early as well. And we've seen this with Duffy when he played early in the season. We particularly saw this with Dom Jeffries, who I think, my opinion, is probably most suited in this game if Ring is not available and is maybe not ready just yet. I can see Dom Jeffries starting because, as mentioned, Stevenage play with one up top. And if you can, for defensive solidity, you want to keep 2 back. Well, we have 3 centre-backs, so that frees Sean Rowan up. They also play between 3 or 4 central midfielders, depending on what website you read for Stevenage. So if they have 3, then we've obviously matched them up man for man. If they have 4, then we're man down in there. According to the websites, the majority were saying 4-2-3-1 out of possession. So what that means is if our left wing back from time to time has the opportunity to cut inside and invert, play narrow, give it an extra player in those central areas to either overload them or at least match them up, that gives a certain Sean Rowan the opportunity to get forward and the freedom to get forward without having to worry about another attacker behind him. I think that could be a real weapon for us this week. So I can see a right footer that's comfortable inverting, playing in that left wing position. So I'm going to say Jeffries. I don't think he did anything wrong on Saturday. I don't think he deserves being kind of dropped if it's on performance. And from a tactical perspective, I think it probably fits as well. So that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to come on to talking about some of the new players in an hour or so. But Dom Jeffries looked really comfortable against Mansfield. if you recall, you and I watched if you recall, it was only a couple of weeks ago, we watched Harrogate. And actually, Jeffries really impressed me in that first half against Harrogate. And it's easy to forget the positives from that game because it was, let's be honest, shit in the second half. It was awful. But I actually remarked to you, I thought Jeffries had stood out. And I think we slightly disagreed a little bit. I think you said he'd kind of come into it slowly, but you were that happy that he was playing left wing back after you predicted it. Yeah, I agree. I can't see him being dropped. But as Patrick Dovey says here, left wing back position, we've got Duffy, we've got Early, we've got Jeffries, Hackett when fit, Ring when cleared, Rowan at a push. We're not taking any risks. Actually, when you flip over to the other side, we've got Dariqua, possibly Jay Ben. But Steve Barton says, who do we think the likely loan going out suggested? That's probably Jay Ben. Ring can actually play right wing back as well. But Tom Hamer, possibly. Yeah, I think we're putting a lot of belief in Dariqua, whereas on the left, I mean, I've never known us have 5 players for one position. It's quite a situation to be in.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think Jeffries could play either side, which is good, as you mentioned. Ring does, so it gives us some real flexibility there. But what we've got, and obviously we're going to touch on this in regard to the overall transfer window later, but we've just got real depth now in the squad across all positions, to be honest. But particularly out wide, particularly up front. When I say particularly, actually it's everywhere, isn't it? We've even got 3 first-team goalkeepers now, and they're all at the club still. So we're really well set up for depth. We're really well set up to if we do pick up injuries, because every team picks up injuries this season, every season. And last season, it bit us a little bit. We had a really good kind of 1 to 11, maybe even like 1 to 13 or 14. But when we were missing some key players playing in, as it happened, the same part of the pitch, it really bit us in the backside. And we're clearly not allowing that to happen this season. And that's great to see.
Really interesting point here from Peter Grant as well. Which I'm going to wing it and have a stab at the answer to this without knowing for 100%. If Ring does not get home office clearance tonight before the deadline, does it mean he'll not be able to play until the window opens again in January? I'm going to say no. I think that because we've signed him, we are just waiting for the clearance. I think it's all to do with when you sign the player, because we've signed him well in advance, and by the fact that I'm told that most of the recruitment team have gone home now. So I don't think it's an issue. So I don't think there'll be a major problem there. If he does get clearance, can you see either Bailey Cadamartri or Eric Ring playing tomorrow?
Yes, I could see Eric Ring starting. I don't think it's guaranteed by any means. As I said, Jeffries did nothing wrong. It would probably be really harsh on Dom Jeffries to drop him. But I also imagine Eric Ring has been bought to play, and he's signed to play. And of course, he'll have plenty of opportunities as the season progresses. But yeah, for me, before we signed early today, and we've obviously experimented with different players in that left wing back role, when we signed Eric Ring, I thought, and there was no confirmation from the club with this, of course, but I felt like, right, that's our preferred starting 11 left wing back through the door now. So when he's fit and ready and raring to go, he's in. But I also would recall when he signed, Michael Scubala did say we might need to be patient with him. So maybe not. But of the two, I think it's so harsh to drop either of the strikers. So even if Bailey's coming in, obviously he's got a number 9 shirt. You know, you can read into that what you like. He's going to be playing a big part this season. But I just don't think you can. I don't think you can drop the front 2 that have started so well. But the left wing back is kind of up for grabs. But Jeffries has played well so far.
Now, this breaking news is getting more and more tenuous, if I'm honest, because it started with the likes of Dan Lundaloo and people that we knew. And now we've got Crawley have signed Benjamin Tanimu from Tanzanian side Singida Black Star. I'm not really sure what to do with that information, if I'm entirely honest. I'm not sure quite what that... Oh, Ben is in the chat and he says, well, it's League One. So there we go. Yeah, over to you, Chris. I mean, you're sure to know who this is. You're a researcher for Football Manager. So,
well, I like to think I've got half-decent football knowledge, but I can't pretend I've ever heard of Benjamin Tanimu. I can't even say I've heard of the Tanzanian side, Singida Black Star. What a name, though. I'm wondering, though, if there's one of our researchers in the background could see whether he's the first player that's ever been signed by an EFL club directly from a Tanzanian side. That would be an interesting thing if it's the case, because I can't think of any, but why would I know?
Don't ask Ben to do that. When he was researching the tier list, he got that wrong. And I'm not going to have him doing the Tanzanian first division. Although I'm wondering, so just for the record, just so people know, because I'm going to maybe defend Ben here. So we have a feature in the background, which is a tier list. We were going to rank all of the deadline day signings if it was a slow news day, which for Lincoln City it is, but I'm sure we can talk and pad for 4 hours, but we may well do that. And on that list, he had got Juan Luque and Jason Shackle. Now, I remember Luque playing in pre-season, so I thought, well, he hasn't, he can't have signed. And Ben said, well, he did. He signed on this date. It was deadline day. Now, excuse me, I kind of binned it off because I'm like, no, it can't have been. It was early August. It would be end of September. Take them off your list. How many years was deadline day on the day before the season kicked off?
Not many. No, it wasn't many. I preferred it, but it wasn't.
Ben's looking now because he desperately wants to be right and he knows he's coming on screen in 4 minutes. Because we signed Neil Eardley and he played at Wickham, or we signed him in time for the Wickham game, but I don't know if it was for 2 seasons or only for 1 season. Good
question. Yeah, it wasn't for long. So I'm gonna back Ben here. I reckon he did his research really well, and he's going to be proven right.
It's only because you told him he'd done his research really well. And I was just looking to see if I could find Singida Black Stars, who are second in the Tanzanian Premier League with 6 points, but they don't seem to have a Wikipedia page, which is my go-to, not for research, but for just life. Singida United is what they looked like they were. And there was also a Singida Fountain Gate. Well, there we go.
Oh, there we are.
Absolutely fascinating stuff. And if you want to buy a Tanzania shirt, my friend Dave, who runs a shop called A Box of Frogs, which is generally full of old tat, actually has a Tanzanian and Ugandan shirt for sale. And I know that because I donated them. Ben says check WhatsApp. Deadline day recap as Lincoln City signed Jason Shackle and Juan Luque. So he's right. Well, there we go. And I didn't have, just before we bring Ben in, and we're going to do it in a minute, I didn't have to even let him know that because he didn't go back and research it to prove me wrong, did he?
Well, you didn't need to.
Because I did it myself. literally arguing with myself. Look, that's great. So overall, we don't tend to do predictions.
I like to do a prediction.
Do a prediction. Will we beat Stevenage? And tell us in the comments what you guys, the 105 people at home, think as well. Will we win? Chris?
I think we will. Yeah, I think we will. I think we are very good at starting games quickly. Stevenage are this season are really quite slow starters. Only had 8 shots in all 3 of their games combined in the first half. I won't bore everyone with XG, but it's not very high. So they're slow starters and pick it up in the second half. Often with game state against Huddersfield that skewed those numbers a little bit. So I think there's a bit of a contrast there in terms of styles. I think if we are able to start quickly, we can actually take a lead in this game, and I think we've started to get Lincoln City kind of identity back a little bit against Mansfield. We've kind of got going now, and I think we've got that defensive solidity back. The goal we conceded against Mansfield was disappointing, but it wasn't really a mistake like it was earlier in the season. I can see it being a bit stodgy in the earlier part and the middle part of the game, but I can see once we've made some changes and we can really put some pressure on their back line with our front 2 as the game progresses. So I can see us winning this relatively comfortably. Even if the scoreline doesn't suggest it's comfortably, actually, I think in terms of the match, it will be okay. So I've actually gone for a 2-0 Lincoln City win, so it's going to be our first clean sheet of the season as well.
Brilliant. Well, I predicted us to beat Barnsley and we lost. I told everybody in the pub before Mansfield we were going to lose and we won. So I am going for a 3-0 Stevenage win. And fingers crossed, my terrible run of luck, which also involves me picking suspended goalkeepers for the Fantasy League and long-term injured defenders for the Fantasy League, doesn't pay off. It's 8 o'clock, Chris. We'll come back to you in a little while. I'm going to drop you out and we're going to bring in Mr. Smug himself. Ben, how are we doing?
I'm good, mate. Yeah. I knew I was right. I got that from the article that said transfer deadline day latest, but yeah.
So why did
doubted
you
myself,
yourself, Ben?
I doubted myself.
You doubted yourself. Yeah. Don't doubt yourself. Don't let me doubt you. I'm a bad person. Ben, what are the headlines? What are you going to tell us? What are the headlines at 8 o'clock?
So main headlines, obviously there's no more Lincoln City news that we are expecting. The biggest news in League One is obviously this news about Birmingham City are set to spend £10 million on Jez Stansfield. Shamal George has signed for Wickham as a goalkeeper. And obviously Dan Lundaloo has signed for Cambridge United on loan from Bolton for the rest of the season. And then we obviously have this new news of the Tanzanian player Benjamin Tanamu signing for Crawley Town, which was one that popped up. Stu, I'm blaming Stu for that. He's the one that sent that through. I thought, okay, I'll check that out. But yeah, not a huge amount kicking off in League One over the past hour. It's just that ridiculous money for Jez Stansfield that's getting all the headlines at the minute.
Now, we're being told that there has been another Tanzanian play in the EFL, which is Haji Manonga, but he was born in Portsmouth and came through the Portsmouth setup, but he was born there to a Tanzanian father. So that's really interesting. Around some of that news, let's bring Charlie back in just for a second, because just to discuss some of the news that we've just heard. Now, there's something going along the bottom. I don't know if Ben just said it, but it's Alex Gilliard. Now, I might be dropping either of you in it with this, but Alex Gilliard's just signed for Shrewsbury, and it kind of plays into what we were saying about Shrewsbury. He was told he was surplus to requirements at League Two side Bradford last week, and he's just signed for Shrewsbury. First of all, to Charlie, what does that tell you about Shrewsbury right now?
Look, I predicted Shrewsbury this time last year to be in a relegation dogfight, and they weren't quite as bad as what I predicted, but they didn't look great. And obviously, I think they only scored like 12 goals in their first like 25, 30 games or something ridiculously low. And this summer, it hasn't got better at all. Honestly, I think they're an absolute shoo-in for relegation. They just seem to have no direction, certainly no positive direction anyway. Everything there seems to be a little bit up in the air. They had the whole issue with the manager falling out with the director of football last summer, and that created its own sort of massive wormhole full of problems. And nothing, again, like I say, seems to have gotten better this year. I can't see light at the end of the tunnel for Shrewsbury fans at the moment.
I'm just going to say, because obviously Ben's been impeccable so far, but Jensen Weir is not going to be happy with what you've labelled him as signing for Wigan. So you've labelled him as Jensen Weird.
Jensen Weird, I have, yeah.
It's a little bit hard. We're talking ex-imps, Ben, just while you're on for the headlines. We're moving back into your wheelhouse, Lincoln City, allegedly. So obviously Carl Rushworth has signed for Hull City. Jack Vale gone to Motherwell as well. Obviously, Jack Vale would have been a big part of this show had we done one last year. Instead, me and Chris were drunk at a punk festival. But Jack Vale, not somebody we have fond memories of, but can you see him being a success in Scotland?
I think he's probably got more of a chance of it. I think it was just one of those signings where we were all a little bit desperate for a striker last year. And when he came in, we thought, oh, cool, he might be the answer to the prayers, and then didn't really set the league on fire. So I think he's got more of a chance of making himself a name in Scotland than we did have in League One last season, to be honest with you.
Wonderful. Well, look, Ben, keep up the good work when it comes to the news. Keep that flying through. We'll hear from you virtually in a few minutes, but probably in person in another hour. Thank you very much, Ben.
See you later.
There we go. So just quickly, we'll bring Chris in on that as well. I didn't want to be too harsh towards Alex Gilliard there because he may well be a strong player, but from a supporter's point of view, we're here doing a live show. We've got 105 people watching at the minute. 97 now. Apparently people don't like Chris. We've got 97 people watching now. If Shrewsbury were doing this and they were having to sell the signing of Alex Gilliard as a positive to the supporters, would that be a tough sell based purely on the fact he's come from League Two, or am I breaking it down to too much of a base level?
I think it's a couple of things to touch on here because similar to Paul Hurst, he's played for Shrewsbury before and was a well-liked player. So I think for that reason, he'll be welcomed just because they respected him last time round. But yeah, in terms of just standard and quality, of course, it's going to be worrying as a purely on the pitch perspective because he couldn't get a kick at Bradford. was told he was free to go find another club, and that other club has been a team in the league above. So that's a strange one. Also, I don't know. I know we're not a Shrewsbury podcast, but it just shows the kind of mess they're in. So, a relatively large signing in the summer, Harrison Biggins, has now left them again and gone on loan to Carlisle. So it's like Gilead in as a kind of a similar position replacement for someone who they brought in the summer. It doesn't really shout prior planning very much, does it? So, yeah, I agree with you, Charlie. I think they are shooing for relegation. I think, as this thing stand right now, certainly, I just think they're so far away from everyone else in League One. So, oh well, it's not. It doesn't. We're not a Shrewsbury Town podcast, but it's just worth noting that other teams are
transfer window.
Yeah, it's discussing. Because I think this time last year we were probably class ourselves as maybe a similar sized club as Shrewsbury, maybe a similar type club as Shrewsbury, and how far away we are now in terms of stature and just how the club is ran is poles apart, and I think that's a credit to everyone at Lincoln City.
I think the director of football at Shrewsbury, Michael Moore, I believe, Mickey Moore, probably not particularly popular. I'm really surprised about that Harrison Biggins news. I hadn't heard that. What I found interesting about the Gilead news is that when he was at Shrewsbury before, he actually only played 27 games in that season anyway, and then moved to relegated Scunthorpe United at the end of the campaign. Now, again, I'm not trying to be detrimental to him, but we had Charlie last transfer window, Conor McGrandles as an underwhelming signing, apparently, when he had, do you know what I mean? When that was what some Lincoln fans felt underwhelming. So do you feel a little bit for Shrewsbury fans at the moment because the club feels like it's in a real mess?
Of course you do. And to be fair, you say like Conor McGrandles there. In all fairness, if you look on paper, it probably was an underwhelming signing in the fact that he only then came in to play 4 or 5 games. But if you were there in the stadium watching them, you just know how great he was in those 4 or 5 games. And you know how great he was literally just last week in that singular game. And it is difficult for Shrewsbury. And again, you don't want to kind of harp on just one particular player, but the overall transfer window has seemingly been very, very poor, and they've not replaced the players that they needed to replace. They've not brought the goals in like they really needed to. And it is worrying. I mean, look, when you look at the guy they've obviously brought in from Bradford, I forgot his frigging name now, Alex Gilead. And there we go. And Bradford also had another player up for sort of surplus to requirements this summer called Ash Taylor, one of their centre halves. He played 12 games for them last season. Decent enough player, a little bit older. He's in his sort of early to mid 30s now, and he's just moved over to Gibraltar, playing for Bruno Magpies, one of the teams over here. And don't get me wrong, and don't get me wrong, he stands out when he plays for Bruno's. But when you look at the 2 players that have come from the exact same team that have both been deemed surplus to requirements, and one of them's playing in League One and one of them's playing for a standard that is considerably lower, it screams volumes about the sort of business that Shrewsbury are doing.
Fair points. Right, we're moving towards 8:10, so we are 2 minutes ahead of schedule, which is really unusual. So I'm going to say goodbye now to Charlie and Chris, very, very briefly indeed. So we'll drop those out. I want to be in the middle of the screen, don't I? There we go. So now we've got another super special deadline day feature for you. One of the hallmarks of deadline day is how quickly things have to happen. And one of those things is a medical. Now, all you ever really know about medicals is that they happen. The player travels somewhere for a medical, and then it happens, and then he's either failed it or passed it. If he's failed it, an excuse is made, personal reasons, and he goes home not to damage him long term. If he passes his medical, he signs. 99 times out of 100, he passes his medical. But what does that entail? Is it just sitting on a table and banging the knee, making sure he's got reflexes, or is there a lot more to it? Well, our roving reporter, the intrepid asset to the Stacey West that is Ben Ward, had an opportunity to sit down with Kieran Walker this afternoon, just to give you, our Stacey West viewers, an insight into the medical. Roll VT, Benjamin.
My way up through the academy, leading the physiotherapy provision there for a couple of years. So, yeah, currently leading the provision for the first team.
Excellent stuff. Well, I mean, it is deadline day, so we thought we'd get you on to ask a question that came up in our chat the other day, and we said, well, actually, yeah, can we get some sort of insight into that? So, throughout deadline day, and indeed all the way through the transfer window, you always hear the player's having a medical at such and such a club, whether that's, player leaving or a player coming in through the door. And we just wanted to get a bit more of an insight into what that means. I mean, obviously, a medical for most people is kind of, kind of, procedures. But it's going to be difficult for first team footballers. So when you get, if you could just talk us through your side of when a transfer comes in, when a player comes through the door, how do you then sort of take over for that little bit of time? So how much notice do you get, and what does the actual process entail?
Yeah, I think the process is very good here regarding getting opinions from myself on a medical point of view, but also the sports science team, Josh, who heads that up. So Jez and the recruitment team will inform us pretty early in the process. So throughout the year, we'll be involved in certain recruitment meetings that have many players' names on them, and we'll be tasked with looking at some of their history. So we'll go away and report on sort of past medical history, so injuries that they've sustained before, but also what's really important to us is training availability and playing availability, which can almost be as important, if not more important than the medical itself, because you can certainly read a lot and understand a lot about a player regarding their playing history and how much time they've completed and or haven't. So we start building that picture up pretty early in the process by getting some names from Jez and going away and looking at the reports. We've got certain software that we have access to that helps us do that. And then as we move through the process, we get to obviously a lot fewer names. Jez and the recruitment team will start liaising with the player and also the club transferring from, whether that be a loan or a permanent signing. And at that point, we'll do a detailed report, which will get sent off to Jez, highlighting the injuries and also the certain risk attached, if any, really. So, once we get permission to do so, once the negotiations are quite far down the line, we'll speak to the other club. So I'll have access to a member of the medical team from the club the player is transferring from, and just to check that the information that we've researched and understand about the player is correct. So we can get a real in-depth sort of information from them, and if they've sustained an injury, what the rehabilitation has looked like, what return to training looked like, what return to play looked like, if they had any interventions, if they had any setbacks during that rehab. So, before I even get to meet the player, I know a lot about him, which is really important for us and also the football club when identifying at certain parts of that process. There's been times where we've sort of said this is a very high risk signing, and it may not get to the later stage in the negotiation, but other time it's about just trying to speak to the medical team at the other club, so just to gain more insight of the player, really. Once that prep's done, we will actually meet the player. So either myself, Tom Hallis or Elliot Howe, the three therapists within the department, will conduct the first part of the medical. So that's really it's almost like a head to toe MOT, looking at everything, just making sure that there's no sort of red flags or any issues that we didn't know about previously, but then also have a in-depth look at certain injuries that they may have had. If a player's had ankle surgery, we'll look at that in a little bit more detail to understand how it looks and feels as such. And after completing that with us, that normally takes around 2 hours with us, which is a decent amount of time. You get to have a good understanding of where they're at physically. They'll also do about an hour and a half with the performance team, so the sports science team. The club have been very supportive over the last few years of getting some high-end equipment into the gym at the EPC, which allows us to assess sort of strength, power, and physically profile the player to understand where they'll fit in our squad. and understand what sort of athlete they are, but also check if they've got any major asymmetries. For example, if someone's had a hamstring injury, a significant hamstring injury previously, we've got equipment in the gym that can test the strength of both left and right limb, and we can get a real good gauge of how they've been rehabilitated and what stage they're at now, really. And also, when we're doing our sort of research, but also during the medical, there may be an issue highlighted. So we've had a couple of times throughout my time here, without naming names, that they've needed further imaging to give us more information. So we have a real good relationship with the Circle Health Group, the Lincoln Hospital, and they allow us to use their facilities. So whether it be an MRI, X-ray, or any other imaging forms to start building a real rounded picture of this player, so we can understand if the ankle, for example, if they got an ankle injury, how it's recovered, and we'll speak to consultant radiologists and also specialists in that area to get more of a detailed report of just highlighting the risk, really. We've got this issue. What is the likelihood of it being an issue in the time that they're with us at the football club, really? We'll also conduct cardiac screening. So we'll have someone external come into the football club who do a full cardiac screening. We think it's really important to check that before coming into the club, making sure there's no cardiac abnormalities. So yeah, even though it seems quite quick, there's a lot of research and a lot of time and effort that goes into it.
Yeah.
And it's something we've developed over the last probably 2 or 3 seasons. The level of detail that we go into, which is good, and something that I've always been driving and pushing, because we just try to give the most information and making sure the people that ultimately make the decisions are well informed of the risks for buying or loaning a player as such.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, like you say, it sounds like it's a very intense final bit of that long process.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm a little bit curious about, you mentioned there, if players have had surgery previously or if they've had previous injuries, how different is the procedure if a player's coming into the club with a slight knock or with a potential slight injury that could maybe be exacerbated if you have an intense procedure like that? Yeah. Is there kind of obviously you've got your documentation, you've got your dossier, if you like, of the players past. Does that have any major impact on what's going on?
Yeah, I think there's definitely more conversations that happen, and maybe some more individualized testing and profiling that we do to stress that area that has been injured. Imaging, like I mentioned, is a big part, because we can get a lot of information from that and speak to some high-end specialists which can advise and give us risk attached to that, really. So yeah, there's been some complex ones over recent times, and I think it's about us just giving as much information as we can. It's never sort of as harsh as a pass and a fail as such. There's been times where someone comes in, we can't find any abnormalities yet. It's pretty easy to advise it's going to be a pass. But there's also been times, certainly in recent transfer windows, where we have highlighted an issue off the back of the medical, and then there's just a bigger discussion. So that will be with myself, Jez, Liam, but also the board as well. So I'll present the case to them, understand what we found in the medical, and also just give some best case scenarios and some worst case scenarios, so they really know the spectrum of that. And there's been some changes in deals over recent times off the back of us doing a medical highlighting an issue which could be significant during their contract period with us. And also there's been times where we've not taken players off the back of the medicals because we just believed that the risk was too high at that moment in time. So yeah, the club are really supportive of us as a department and show us a lot of respect by listening to us as such, because we'll always try to advise the best we can.
Great stuff. Well, look, thank you for joining us, Kieran. It's been a pleasure, and I'm sure it gives everybody a little bit more of an insight into just kind of, they've got a medical now, they understand a little bit more about the process and what to expect. Yeah. So, yeah, really appreciate you coming on, and hopefully, you know, we'd all like to we'd all like you to be having a busy deadline day, but I don't think that's probably going to be the case.
So see.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Technical difficulties there. Wow, that was some good stuff. Bring Ben in now as well. Do you know what? Genuinely, when we were planning segments, my thought was we'll drop some segments in which will allow me to go to the toilet, get a drink, have a mooch around. I sat and started listening to that, and I haven't moved. I think David Larder puts it best. It's a bit like a house survey, isn't it? I mean, there's so much goes into that.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, basically, I had a huge list of questions of, you know, what we wanted to ask and get a bit more insight. But literally, yeah, just sort of said, what's the process like? And Kieran just listed every single answer to the questions that we had. It's it sounds like it's the medical, the actual physical of the medical side of it is like the very last part of a really intense process. And I mean, you don't expect anything else from the club at this point in terms of the amount of depth and the amount of time that's put into something like that. So it was really fascinating to know that, yes, from day dot, when a player is sort of earmarked as a potential target, it's like, right, that's when they start the research, that's when they start all of the information. It's not just kind of sitting around and someone comes in at the last minute and goes, oh, by the way, we're signing this lad, can you do a medical on him? But yeah, what I did quite like as well was when I said about the if a player's coming in that has a knock or, you know, is potentially injured. I know there's always comments about Lincoln signing injured players and all the rest of it, but his response to that I thought was really interesting as well. So yeah, I found that a really good insight from Kieran there. And Stu's made a really good point in the chat as well. He's obviously been at the club for a very long time. So yeah, was at the club as a youth player, didn't quite make the next step up. But you know, Danny brought him in on the other side of the pitch, and he's absolutely smashed it from what I can see.
What I always remember from my time as poacher was seeing people around the back end of the club that you didn't instantly recognise, you wouldn't instantly put a face to, but you knew, or I got to know then, the kind of the crucial role that they played. And I think Kieran is one of those. I mean, he's the head physio, but on a Saturday afternoon, there's an awful lot of people that the only thing they really want to see the physio do is come on with a magic sponge, wipe it over and disappear again. But actually the level of detail these days in sports science, and that goes right the way through, obviously, to the medicals as well, is unreal. And one thing I'd like to say about Kieran is me and him chatted last year. He contacted me a little bit out of the blue after we'd done an article on injured players and saying that I didn't think we were signing injured players, and he was like, I'm pleased you said that, here's some stats, here's some data, and he was really engaging, which is why I found, you know, a level of confidence to say to the club, can we get him on? Because it's people like Kieran behind the club that are the reason that we are so strong, without people realizing that we're so strong. And it's not just on the physio side. It's like when we went to a couple of us went to see Logan Hughes do his stats presentation. I know he's not with us anymore, but when people go and see Jez's recruitment, when people talk to Mark Tracy, there's so many different people. I've picked 3 or 4 there, and there are loads. Whenever we hear about a restructure, whenever we hear about new people coming in, it's always more shirts and ties, more people, more. But it all adds massive, massive value. Look, I'm running over. I don't want to bite into Charlie and Chris's time because, you know, we don't anyway. So thank you very much for that, Ben. I'll let you go and prep some headlines ready for 9 o'clock. Good work. Thank you. And we will bring in the 2 Ronnies. Chris and Charlie. So you boys now, you do a monthly show, which is you look at formations, you get a tactics board, you do all sorts of stuff. You're going to water that down a little bit for us now and just go look back at August a little bit for the next 30 minutes. Is that about right?
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Well, in that case, I'm off for a whiz.
Lovely. Oh, hang on a minute. There we go. Ben can sort us out so that we're in the right page. Yeah, me and Chris, every month when the season's happening, we do our little monthly review show. I remember when we first decided that we were going to do it, Chris, it was probably about this time last year, just before. And I rather naively said that we could just fit the whole monthly show into a half-an-hour segment. I think most of them have been well over an hour. I think we've had some like up to like an hour and 20 minutes. Gaz wouldn't let us have quite as long as that tonight. So we've got a half-an-hour segment. So we are doing a little bit of a shorter version of it tonight. Like Gaz kind of gave a run through some of the things that we do. We're going to kind of pick up on two of the main segments that we do on a monthly show, which are the best 11s and the player of the month. Player of the month, pretty simple. You can work that out. Best 11s are effectively what we like to call the team that we think we would be happy to have fielded for the next month ahead, basically. Everybody has to be available. That's always kind of the rule that we set ourselves, wasn't it, Chris? If they were unavailable for maybe one game, then you'd let them off, but you want them to be available. And obviously it's based on performances and such from the month previously, sometimes from the whole season as well as we get a little bit deeper into the season. But at the minute, it is purely based on 1 month's worth of football. So, Chris, I'm hoping that Ben has got the images ready to pop up on screen any minute. But I want you to talk us through your best 11. We have both gone for the same formation, obviously, in kind of that 5-3-2 that we have fielded so far this campaign. And talk us through your best 11. There it is. No, it's got there.
There we go. Yeah, it's there now. Good, fantastic. Yeah, so I think one thing that's worth touching on is when we do this on our regular YouTube show is we, of course, compare it to the previous month to see what's changed. And it was amazing last season quite how much our opinion changed depending on the most recent month's performance. So obviously this is our very first one so far this season. I do feel the back three probably picks itself, or back four, should I say. So George Wickens in goal. Obviously we saw Zach Geacock make an appearance in the cup. But our number one is George Wickens. That's been made pretty clear ever since he's signed. And he hasn't really done anything to deserve to not be picked. So George Wickens starts for me. Midfield, back three of Sean Rowan, Paudie O'Connor, and Adam Jackson. I have to admit, though, pre-season, I thought Tom Hamer was almost a shoo-in at the right centre-back position. And I thought Jacko and Paudie would be battling for the central role, but they've both been essential, to be honest, so far in that back three, alongside the ever dependable Sean Rowan, and adds such balance with his natural left foot as well. Right wing back Tendai, who again we're going to touch on a little bit later. He's been super impressive so far, has slotted right in. Ethan Arahan playing holding midfield with Tom Bayliss straddling him with Conor McGrandles. Of course, only played once so far in the league, but was just a huge performance. It was our best performance of the season and added such balance. Ben House, of course, starting up front alongside Jovan Makama, who, again, I think pre-season, none of us would have expected to have Jovan as our starting striker. I think all of us will have seen the progression he had last season and think he had, a role to play in the squad. But he's come on leaps and bounds from the end of last season to where he finds himself now. And for me, it's kind of a guaranteed starter as it stands. And then maybe the most contentious one is Dom Jeffries at left wing back. Partly because I just like to pat myself on the back when we signed him and I predicted that he had the attributes to be a wing back. More on the right than the left, I actually felt, but he was good in the first half against Harrogate. Obviously, his error led to the goal, which kind of stands out and maybe tarnishes his performance a little bit. But I was surprised to see him in against Mansfield, and I was surprised to see Duffy dropped for that game. But actually, it made a real difference tactically, but also he held up as well. So I thought he was good defending. I thought his one-on-one defending was good. He picked up some good defensive positions, offered a threat going forward, but also inverted into midfield at times, which allowed Sean Rowan to get forward on the overlap and provide some really dangerous balls into the box, as of course we know he did. So, yeah, I'm Jeffries there for that reason.
Well, there we go then. That is Chris's best 11. Now, I just thought I would be a little bit different. So I've not gone the exact same as Chris, although the core of the squad is very much the exact same. I've actually only got one player different, and I'll come on to it in a minute. But obviously, you can see that I have got effectively the rest as the exact same. I think, just obviously I'm going to be echoing some points that Chris has just made here because we've got very similar teams. But Conor McGrandles is somebody I want to pick up on immediately because we've only seen him for one game, obviously, this season. And he was just outstanding. He came in with this immediate air of calmness, and you can't buy that in a midfielder. I just think that is one of those qualities that, again, you can't even train. Having him alongside something like Ethan, both of them are able to accomplish that sort of seamlessly. And then Tom Bayliss. Now, Tom Bayliss and JJ McKinnon, I think, both have a similar attribute in the fact that they've got an air of unpredictability about them when they go forward. And when I say that, I'm not saying that they're inconsistent. I'm not trying to insult them. If anything, I'm saying that they're the types of players when they get the ball 30 yards out, you just don't know what they're going to do with it. And that's such a great asset to have when you are an attacking sort of midfield option, as they very much play in that position. It's something that obviously Danny Mandroiu and Ted Bishop also had. So I don't know how having both of them on the field for so many games together would work. I feel like the balance that we've got with a system like this is probably the best way. Obviously, which is why Conor McGrandles has immediately come in. Obviously, McCarver and House up top. Deriqua, we'll talk about Deriqua later, but for me, he is one of, if not the signings of the summer at the minute. I just think he's outstanding, especially considering like his profile and such. When he came in, many people could have had question marks around him. I thought we were going to bring in another right wing back to play there as well, and Deriqua would be a bit part option with this other right wing back as well. But he's made that position his own after only a handful of matches. Jacko O'Connor and Rowan, we don't even need to talk about how strong they are in defence. And left wing back, I've got Dylan Duffy. Now, there's a couple of things here. Obviously, we know what's hanging over his head, so we don't know where he's going to be in a week's time, in a month's time, in 2 months' time. But at the moment, even though I felt Jeffries had a good game, I haven't quite seen enough from him to drop Dylan Duffy. I think if Rico Hackett was fit, he would probably be the option I pick here. If we see a bit more of Eric Ring, for example, he might be the option. I doubt Duffy will be the person who I have at left wing back this time next month, but at the minute, I've gone for Dylan Duffy because I just think he's the better of the options that we've seen consistently so far. And then obviously George Wickens in goal, who again has just been absolutely outstanding. Now, Chris, obviously I've mentioned, there we go, we're back. I've mentioned there that obviously I have gone for Dylan Duffy and you didn't. So am I wrong, and why?
No, neither of us are right or wrong, are we? Because we're not in charge. We don't know anything really. But I do think the left wing back role is the one position on the pitch that is most up for grabs as it stands. I agree with you. I don't think I'll be picking either of the players that either of us have picked now, maybe this time next month. But of course, we hope we are, because it means that they've had a good month, and it means likely we've had a successful month as well. So yeah, but I think that's really up for grabs. Of course, since we played Mansfield, we've got two other players who are going to be potentially available, both vying to play in that position alongside Duffy and Jeffries, of course, who have played there so far, in Eric Ring and, of course, Saxon Early. So it's very much up for grabs. It'll be interesting to see who gets a nod. It'll be also interesting to see just who gets a chance to have to make an impression, because we've mentioned 4 players there potentially who probably come into the club backing themselves that they could hold something down in that role. So, they can't all play. 2 of them can play there each game realistically in terms of substitutions, but you can't play 4 of them there in one game. So it'd be really interesting. And obviously we mentioned McGrandles, Bayliss, Arahan, that midfield dynamic, the balance it gives us. But I do want to just touch on, obviously, JJ McKinnon's played the majority of the games there. I think he's a really strong signing. I think he's got real potential. And once he gets on board with the system, then I think he can be a real asset for us. I think Jack Morgan has shown some flashes of quality as well. So I don't think this is going to be a guaranteed starting midfield 3, but as it stands right now, it's the midfield 3 that I would be most comfortable with going into the next month.
Yeah, I'm the exact same, especially when you bear in mind tomorrow's match, going away from home to a Stevenage side who have a little bit of, again, an unpredictability about them. They look okay defensively. They don't look great going forward so far, but there's a couple of question marks there. So that kind of calmness in midfield, that balanced midfield three that we've spoken about, is probably the best way moving forward into a game like that one tomorrow. So it'll be interesting to see if Michael Skubala agrees. Now, we've mentioned there sort of fleetingly about the fact that there has been 3 league matches. And another part of the monthly show that we like to do is just to do a little recap, not too much in depth on each of the games, because that's what the podcasts are for, but just a little bit of a look of an overall view of the month's results so far. Now, opening day, Chris, 3-2 victory against Burton. One of the most end-to-end first halves, especially of football, I've seen from Lincoln City in quite a while. It was certainly a riveting display of football. Some disappointing defensive moments, I felt, but some also nice, strong attacking moments from the likes of obviously Tom Bayliss, for example, making that darting run into the box to get the ball over to Tendai Darikwa for his goal. Then we went into the home game against Barnsley the following Saturday. Now, I think that was deemed as quite a negative by a lot of people, and don't get me wrong, rightly so. I think there was passages of play in that game that looked out of place for Marcus Skubala Lincoln City. Probably unsurprising, because it's the second game of a season where there are a good few new faces into the squad, and a lot of people have got to buy into that philosophy that Skubala has already built in to the football club over the past 6-8 months now. But that was seen as quite a poor performance, let alone result. But then we turned it around, didn't we, 1 week later with that 4-1 hammering of Mansfield Town. Probably a little bit disappointed to concede again in that game, although some of our attacking displays were fantastic with a little bit of help from Christy Pym. So overall, Chris, if I'd have given you the option at the start of August, in fact, even after that Arsenal under-21s pre-season game, to take 6 points from those first 3 fixtures without you knowing where they came from, would you have taken it?
Yeah, I think almost every team in the league would take 6 points out of the first 3 matches. There's obviously such variability in performance levels from all clubs in the opening stages of the season, and to get some points on the board early is always positive. So yeah, I would have taken it. Obviously, we'll just touch on the Barnsley game really quickly, because it was a disappointing result, but I don't actually think it was a disappointing performance. There were elements that weren't quite polished yet. You know, we didn't see maybe all the hallmarks of a Lincoln City that we've come to know and love over the last 6 to 8 months. But on the balance of the game, we were still the better and the most threatening side. Of course, in terms of underlying numbers, we know that we kind of had the lion's share there. So, yeah, short answer to your question, mate, is yes. It is, absolutely. Would you have taken 6 points from the opening 3?
Oh, absolutely. Like, I maybe arrogantly, naively, just a little bit too optimistically, I don't know, but maybe it was even right. I predicted, and I said this in our patrons Discord as well, that at the end of September, we would be in the top 6. Where we'd be after that, and if we drop out of it by the first game in October, who knows? But that's kind of where I predicted to see us, because I didn't think our start was as difficult as what some others were, that you would maybe expect to be in and around the top 6 come kind of middle of the season, for example. So I was quite pleased as well with those 6 points, and I'd have taken 6 points for the first 3 matches. I think being able to beat a Mansfield side at home who showed a little bit of promise so far this season before they came up against us is a great performance. And to do it in such emphatic fashion as we did was outstanding, because that got you right back into the feeling of Bristol Rovers at home last season, Cambridge at home, Barnsley away, where suddenly we were riding this crest of the wave. And when people think about that incredible run towards the end of last season, those are the games that people will immediately go to. So the fact that we've been able to do something like that again so early this season is brilliant. Now it's obviously about building on that. Losing at home to Barnsley, you know, in a nutshell, is a little bit disappointing, but it's also understandable. You know, as I said, there's got to be a period of gelling. We're going to get results in the early part of the season that on paper we shouldn't be getting. You know, we would expect us to be winning the games with a little bit more ease, for example, against some of the lower teams. But you can't do that in League One. That's not what League One's about. And at any point during the season, you're going to have difficult matches, one-off matches that kind of pose that. And then Burton, obviously, that was a great victory on the opening day. And although I was a little bit worried about like the defensive display in that game, Burton themselves were an unpredictable force going into it because of all of their changes over the summer. So we didn't exactly know what to expect from them. So with that, it was like a little bit it kind of eased the worries there, which I quite liked. And also it's opening day. An opening day can be just as bonkers as a final day. It can be just as bonkers as an FA game. It can be just as bonkers as a playoff game. Those are the sorts of ones where any form, but quite clearly, because it's the opening day, gets thrown out of the window. So yeah, I'm pleased with it. But what we are going to do, Chris, we've spoken about the games. Let's have a look at some of the individual players. We've spoken about our best 11s over the whole course of the month. But what about the player of the month? Now, Chris, me and you, I do believe, have got the exact same player of the month. So we're going to get one on screen now. Here he is. In fact, I'm going to see. Can we do that? No, we can't. I was trying to see whether we could actually both be in here with Tendai Dirikwa, but I can't seem to press the right button. So that's not the case. Tendai Dirikwa, Chris, he is both of our player of the months.
Yes, he's. I think partly it's performance, but also partly it's because of the role he's playing in the team. Because there was two players left the club in the summer that were really key for us, of course, in Lasse Sorensen and Lucas Jensen. And a goalkeeper, of course, is a very unique position. It's very difficult to judge a goalkeeper in 2-3 games. But I think we all knew just at first hand what brilliant qualities Lasse Sorensen had and what he added to this team. And I was a little concerned going into the season, whoever we signed, how are they going to live up to what Lasse brought, both on and off the pitch? Now, Gaz and I had the pleasure of very briefly meeting Tendai, and off the pitch, he seems like a lovely chap. But on the pitch, he seems to have just filled that role vacated by Lasse Sorensen brilliantly. Dare I say, he may be a little bit even more rounded than Lasse was. Lasse had some real qualities that we all know. But I think Tendai is up with some real balance in that role. He's up with some real energy, got up and down the pitch fantastically, as is expected from a wing-back. I think his defensive positioning has been really smart. His decision-making has been really impressive. And his desire to get up the pitch and often inverted times has been great. I just think he's been a real calm head, a real intelligent head in a real key position. Because the thing is, we've got loads of centre forwards, and that's great. We've got depth in midfield, which is great. We've got a strong back line. When you play 3-5-2, you live or die by your wing backs. So to have someone who has impressed so much and replaced someone who was so well liked and so effective last season and seems to have slotted into the team so well, I think I had to give the player of the month to him. Though there were plenty of players that were up for that award, I must say.
Yeah, it was really difficult to choose, actually. But I have also gone with Tendai Dirikwa. Like I kind of alluded to earlier on, for me, he's been one of the signings of the summer window so far. I just think the way that he has slotted in, as you said, is outstanding. And also, when you're losing not just a player like Lasse Sorensen, but an engine like Lasse Sorensen, a runner who is always willing to do the hard yards in any game, you always worry about that. Because don't get me wrong, we've got players that will do the hard running. But to have that on the right wing back, like you said earlier on, losing that is a massive hit. And you've got to always be worried of, okay, are we going to be able to replace that first of all? Second of all, are we going to be able to replace that with a guy who's 32 years old that's coming off the back of a season in Cyprus? That's immediately a worry as soon as we sign Tendai Dirikwa. Although actually, I think his engine has probably eclipsed Lasse's so far in these first couple of games. There was that moment against, I'm trying to think exactly which game it was, I think it was against Burton. Might have been against Barnsley. But he was playing, obviously, right wing back. And the right attacker was going down the right wing. And somehow it was Tendai Dirikwa that had come all the way across the other side of the pitch from an attacking position back to the defensive left and managed to make a tackle out of absolutely nowhere. And you just immediately, that endeared the fans to him because of the way that he was able to do that, the way that he emulated what you wanted from a right wing back replacing Lasse Sorensen. So, yeah, for me, a huge credit to him. He's the player of the month so far. But one thing, we are going to get Ben and Gaz's player of the month as well. But one thing we'd just like to touch on, Chris, I think you have inevitably got some stats for us on comparing the start of this season to the start of last. So, floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so a few bits and bobs that we'd like to touch on. I'm not going to go into anywhere near as much depth as we would do historically on our monthly show. Charlie's properly left me to it here, by the way. Strange. But just like to kind of just touch on a few things, because results are great. Obviously that is what we all live and die by. You need to get results, but an indication of what future results will likely be are often kind of nuanced in a lot of underlying numbers. Now, the game is not played on a spreadsheet, but spreadsheets can actually help you understand or predict trends. Because this time last season, we played 5 games, not 3. And we had, on paper, a fantastic start to the season, averaging 2 points a game. So we were flying high. But the underlying numbers were not particularly pretty. And they obviously got worse as the season progressed, and partly were responsible for Mark Kennedy's sacking. So as it stands right now, of course, only 3 games in. There's a lot of variance here. We can't read too much into them. But it's quite nice just to see how different are we compared to last season. So we've got some just simple things. So average number of shots 4 this time last year at the end of August was 8, with 4 on target. So it was averaging 4 shots on target per game, and we're averaging 8 shots. In total, we're averaging 13 shots against as well. So 5 shots against more than we were having ourselves is the average over that first 5 games of last season. And we were averaging 10 touches in the box, and our opponents were averaging 15. And everyone's favourite, our expected goals was 1.24 compared to our opponents' 1.44. So our opponents actually were outshining us in some of those real key performance metrics, despite our results. Now, this season, we've averaged 13 shots per game, which is 5 more than last. And we've also averaged 2 shots per game on target more than so far last season. We've also reduced our shots against down to an average of 8. So we've swung that right round. We've averaged 19 touches in the box, which is almost double what we averaged last season. Yet we have not allowed any more for our opposition. And our XG is 1.47 per game, with the opponents of just over 1. So we've flipped that on its head as well. So even though we've had a good start to the season in terms of points, we did last season. So what has changed? And actually the underlying numbers suggest that quite a lot has changed. So that's nice. And that would indicate that things could continue to go quite well. I've also got some other bits. This will be fun, Charlie. I promise you. I've got some questions for you.
Oh, God.
So this is about this season. In League One, who has got the highest number of goals and assists combined in the whole of League One?
Adam Jackson.
Pordy O'Connor.
Thank you. Yeah, well,
I knew it was. Do you know? I knew it was one of them. I had to go 50-50.
And on joint second place with 3 is Sean Rowan, and then with 2 each is Jacko House and Tom Bayliss. So that's a really, really impressive start. There are only 5 players in League One, Charlie, with 2 assists to their name so far this season. That is Mr. Oddo at Peterborough, Mr. Sorensen at Huddersfield Town, Sean Rowan, Pordy O'Connor, and Tom Bayliss. Isn't that good fun? Second assists.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't ask you a question. Second assists. So this is a pass before an assist. There are only 2 players in the league this season that have got 2 of these so far. One of them is a Lincoln City player. Can you name who this might be?
Sean Rowan again.
Ben House. So Ben House has scored 2 goals, but also has got 2 second assists. So it's provided the pass before the assist, which is really interesting. Now, last 2 things. Where have we gone? Oh, yes, key passes. So this is a pass that results in a shot. Of all players in League One, a Lincoln City player is top of the leaderboard for key passes. It's not even joint first. He is a whole key pass ahead of anybody else.
Tendai Deriqua.
Sean Rowan once again. Last but not least.
What a boy.
Defensive duels success rate. The Y-Scout shows the top 30 players in terms of their defensive duels success rate. So how likely are they to win a tackle, for example, is what that really means, or a ground duel where they're kind of shoulder to shoulder with a player. Of those 30, 23 of them are defenders. 6 of them are midfielders. There is 1 centre forward who features. Who do you think this is?
Is it Joven?
It's Ben House.
Oh, I was just
Charlie.
that was recency bias after Saturday more than anything else.
So there you go. Yeah, so Ben House, 2 goals to his name, 2 second assists, and also the only attacker in the whole of League One that features in the top 30 players for defensive success rate, which shows how important that role he has. Aside from his goal scoring, it's so influential. And I'm just bringing back to what Gary mentioned in terms of kind of centre, how important can a centre forward be, even if they don't score. That just goes to show how important that is. But of course, he's added goals as well. So yeah, they're the key stats really from the first month of League One.
Everything is looking up for Lincoln City. Absolutely. So let's have a little look then at Gary's Player of the Month. Gary, why don't you come on in and join us? Because, sorry, did I get you in at the wrong moment there?
Yeah. I was just generally breaking wind. Sorry, go on.
Well, as we've been talking about players surpassing expectations, players who are very strong in all areas of the pitch, we didn't really talk too much about midfielders there, apart from Tom Bayliss. But Gary, I have a feeling that you might want to talk about a midfielder when it comes to your Player of the Month.
Yeah, it's Ethan Arahan, because he's better than everybody else by some distance, and everything that we do is based around Ethan Arahan having a good game. Everyone who knows me knows I'm a fan of this type of midfielder, going back to Scott Kerr, going back to way before that. I just think he's outstanding, and I think one of the reasons that there was the second half collapse against Harrogate was because we took Ethan Arahan off. When he plays, we're better, and sometimes the Player of the Month doesn't have to be goals and assists. It would have been Pordy. I think he's been brilliant. Excuse me. But I just think I'm getting excited by Ethan Arahan. I just think he makes the game look effortless. He makes the game look easy. When he plays, he allows the likes of Bayliss to do what they do. Tom Bayliss is a great player, and he would be right up there for me as well, by the way. The way he strides forward with the ball, but everything is around Ethan Arahan. And after 9 o'clock, we're going to talk about, for me, the most important news of deadline day is no news at all. And that's Ethan Arahan staying at the football club, because to have him right the way through till at least January convinces me that we are able to remain in and around the top 6 until then, because you can replace anybody else in this team, anybody at all. But the stats might not tell you that Ethan Arahan is the best player on the pitch for Lincoln City at the moment. He just is. And I'll find some stats that tell me that he is, because that's what you make stats do. So yeah, he's my Player of the Month. Nothing against Tendai. He's been outstanding. He's been brilliant, but he's not Ethan Arahan.
I mean, that is just the sentence, isn't it? He's not Ethan Arahan. And I did when I did a preview over on the Stevenage podcast coming into this weekend's game, Pat asked me, who are your key players coming into this season, coming into this game? And I forgot to even mention Ethan originally, because I've started to take for granted just how great he is in that midfield, and the fact that he is probably, let's say, the most important cog of this Lincoln City team. So thank God he's not coming out of it.
Best footballer Lincoln City have ever had.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'd agree with that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I think that is very much wrapping up mine and Chris's segment of the monthly show that we would normally do.
What about Ben's Player of the Month?
Well, if you let me finish, so this is what I was about to say. Me and Chris are going to jump out now. Ben is going to come in with Gary to talk about his Player of the Month and then go into the headlines at the top of the hour. There you go. You see, I was trying to do it all professional.
We should have a little segue now. Boom, boom, boom.
Hello.
Here he is. So what they've done is basically abandoned their segment when it doesn't feature them, and left me to talk to you about your Player of the Month, as if your Player of the Month doesn't matter, Ben. I'd be offended.
I am offended. Very offended. I'll be having words.
There is zero way you're offended after some of the stuff I say to you that doesn't offend you. So
yeah, that's true.
Can I just say, Kev McGill, very quickly, he's put Ethan's very, very good, but not as good as Dave Smith. Great point. I can only say best player ever from 1986, October 1986 onwards. So it would be remiss of me to try and claim Ethan Arahan's better than a footballer. that I never saw. And I know Dad always thought Dave Smith was outstanding as well. So, and Dazim says, first £1 million player, maybe multi-million. I think there's every single chance he'll be our first £1 million player. Multi-million is really ambitious for a player in his position in the third tier, but 7 figures, certainly. Ben, who's your player of the month, my friend?
So my player of the month this month is Tom Bayliss. I think he's been outstanding. It's one of those where, like you say, that there have been a number of players. I mean, Arahan, he isn't Ethan Arahan, and Tendai's been superb as well. But I just like the confidence that Tom Bayliss has got. He just, whenever he gets the ball, he's always looking to move forward with it. He's put in some superb crosses. Obviously, he's set up 2 goals already. You know, with a mixture of crosses. He set up Tendai's with what was essentially a bit of a low powerful cross, and then he set up another goal where he really floated it across. And I just feel very confident when he's got the ball. The first goal against Burton, it was all him. I think I said this on the podcast with Chris, where it's all him. He gets the ball outside the box, strides in, no one's taking it off him, and he just puts it across into an area that's really dangerous. He's been superb for me so far, but there were a number to pick from, so that was why I went with Mr. Bayliss. Really excited to see what he does going forward.
Yeah, I agree that there was quite a few to pick from, because how can you possibly have a player of the month discussion when you've got a centre half who scored 2 and set 1 up like Pordy has, and not be talking about him, or Adam Jackson, who should have had a hat trick, and not be talking about him, or Sean Rowan, who is in his country's under-21 side, who is being attacking from left-sided centre-back like a left wing-back, even though there's a left wing-back there. You've got Ethan Arahan, you've got Tom Bayliss, I think, have stood out. Ben House, we're talking there, 2 second assists, 2 goals, absolutely scrapping. So it's tough. It's been a good start to the season. And when you think that we've actually won 2 and lost 2, it's interesting that we're kind of here going on about what a great start to the season it's been. But, and I'll get shot down for this, results aren't everything.
No, I was going to say, I think the reason for that is that the Barnsley game, even though, as Charlie mentioned in that section, the Barnsley game was one where you could see the positives in the result, even though it was even though we lost. There were things that we were trying to do that you can see the intention there. I just thought there was some stuff in there where we kept trying to load the ball into the box when they had 6'9" defenders or whatever it was. But yeah, there's a lot of positives to take in the defeats, except maybe the second half against Harrogate, which I just didn't think was a good watch.
No, it wasn't, and obviously I couldn't see any positives in the Barnsley game because I was at a registry office, which was a real.
But you're not bitter.
No, I'm not bitter, but I know when my dad comes away from a game and we've lost, and he's going, "Well, I thought it was all right." It's like, bloody hell, it must have been good if my old man's saying that, because honestly, he could moan about his own performance on if he was a lone footballer.
I bumped into your dad during the Mansfield game as well, and he was so full of praise. Like, bloody hell, Ben, this is good, this, isn't it? Oh, this is great, this. And he just wouldn't stop talking about how good it was. It was quite refreshing.
We did beat them 4-1, didn't we? I mean,
well, yeah, but
it was half time. Yeah, it was still 2-0 up. It's good. It's good, and there's a lot to look forward to in the future. We're coming up on 9 o'clock, Ben. Have you prepared your headlines?
Yeah, there's not much has happened in League One over the past hour, but there is a little bit of trivia in one.
Have we got a sound? Have we got some sound that we can use? We must have some sound. Hang on. We do. What's that one?
If you like pina coladas, getting caught in the rain.
If you like serving pina colada, then wear a bow tie and braces. Sorry, Ben. Go on.
I was going to say, there's been 3 more signings in League One over the past hour. Ireland's under-21 keeper Josh Keeley. He's currently at Spurs. He's just signed a new 3-year deal there, but he's been loaned out to Leyton Orient. So he's going there for the season. Sounds like a decent pickup for Orient, that one. Caleb Taylor from West Bromwich Albion has gone to Wickham on loan for the season. with an option to recall in January. So that could be an interesting one there. And the bit of trivia, we've got Odell Offier, who's gone from Brighton to Blackpool. He's right back / right wing back, and he is the nephew of Martin Offier.
I thought you were going to ask. When you say trivia, I think you're always going to ask a question rather than deliver.
I mean, who do you think he's related to with a name of Odell Offier?
I think it was Martin Offier, but you didn't give me an opportunity to answer it, did you?
I mean, yeah. How many Offiers do you know?
Good question.
2 now.
I didn't know I knew Martin until you said the name, and I went, I reckon Martin goes. That was he a rugby player or something?
He was a rugby player, yeah.
In the 80s?
90s, I think.
Okay. There was some interesting trivia in the Stacey West Patreon Discord about Lincoln City players who had famous mothers, fathers, relatives. Yeah, I thought that was quite good. I thought about Tom Kilby because him and his sister was on The Only Way is Essex.
Oh, okay.
You've no idea who Tom Kilby is, have you? Not really. 90% of people won't. He joined on loan for about 5 games in the 2010-11 season, and he was utter guff.
But no, it was always. Whenever I think about that, it's always it goes back to Scott Willis,
yes,
and his famous relatives. And whenever you see a League 1/2 footballer that's like, oh yeah, from Liverpool, always somehow related to the person that invented the curly whirly as well. But
I don't know who invented the curly whirly.
I don't know either, but apparently it was somebody from Liverpool, and everybody that's from Liverpool has that weird connection to them, from what I've seen. So yeah,
like a curly whirly. Well, that's fascinating. We're 2 hours in, and we're talking about curly whirlies. Ben, thank you very much for your input. We will see you again in an hour. And he's gone. Right. So what do we have on this segment? I don't know, because I've lost my running order. So we were going through the headlines, which we have done, and we're now going to go through the transfers. Now, originally we were going to do July transfers and August transfers until we realised that would have meant the July transfers took up about 10, and the other transfers for Charlie at the second part would have taken up far less. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Mr. Lamming back in, Mr. Pina Colada himself, and it's deadline day.
It is.
And one of them, I don't know if you've seen this in the private chat, so it might just spring on you. One of the big problems with deadline day usually is a fear of losing a player. There was Anthony Scully a couple of years ago. We didn't replace him. When we haven't talked about Ethan Arahan at all until I started basically heaping praise on him a minute ago. But we can talk to Jez about this a little later on, because there must have been interest. We must have fought off interest for Ethan Arahan. Here we are. It's 9:05. Unless somebody has come in with a crazy bid, he's not going anywhere. Is that the highlight of the transfer window?
It's certainly one of them. Yeah, I really hoped we could keep hold of Ethan Arahan. He's probably the only player in the squad who there really isn't a replacement for that offers something similar. We've mentioned the real strength of the squad at the moment is that we have such depth, and as much as we do have key players, if someone else in the squad slots in for them, they're not going to be of a dissimilar quality. I don't think there's anyone in the squad who can compete with Ethan in terms of overall ability and in terms of the skills that he has and the role he plays in the team. I think if he does leave, and if he had left, we could cover him. We could shift things around and we'd be fine. But no one does it like him. And I think it would be impossible, genuinely impossible, to sign someone of his quality in this window to replace him directly if we'd sold him. I think it's a huge statement that, fingers crossed, we've been able to keep hold of him. And even if it's just till January, what a huge impact is most likely going to have between now and then. And of course, if that means we have a great first half of the season, yes, it means there's going to be interest in January, but it also means we're a successful team at the right end of the table. And we might be looking at a potential promotion, in which case you then might hang on till next summer. And if we're in the Championship, then you most likely keep hold of him. So it's huge, absolutely huge.
Now, I think this idea of a holding midfielder is relatively new. So when I talk about liking combative midfielders, and I talk about Scott Kerr, for instance, that was before you would play a midfielder in front of the back four in essence, because it was really Claude Makelele, wasn't it? The infamous Makelele role that brought that kind of defensive midfielder to the fore, and you'd had players like Vieira, etc., very good at it before, but it was him that was first probably designated, whether you call it a 4 or a 6, depending on what you choose. The first player that really did it for me, for Lincoln, to any real effect, was Alex Woodyard, because Scott Kerr used to play in a 2-man midfield or whatever. It wasn't as defined. Alex Woodyard was the first midfielder that we brought in that would typically just sit there, that would typically protect the back four. And then obviously that went on to Liam Bridcut as well. So when I say Ethan O'Rahan is the best at the job, he is the best that we've ever had at doing this particular role, no doubt whatsoever. And when you're talking about Liam Bridcut, who was at Leeds and Chelsea and Sunderland and Forest, that's absolutely huge. He's 22. There's no doubt at some point there's got to be Scotland call-ups. It's almost inevitable. In 6 months' time, we're going to be sat having this discussion, I would say. Are we going to be discussing how we're spending 1.3, 1.4 million pounds?
Maybe we are. I don't think the situation will change in regards to if someone comes in with a bid of a certain amount, then everyone knows the situation. I think everyone, the way that Jez described this previously, is that everyone's just been really grown up about it, in that everyone knows the situation. He's committed to Lincoln City, but it is football. At the point that he's signed, there was discussions around how much would we need to recoup for him to then be able to move on and progress his career. He chose to come to Lincoln because he thought it was a good stepping stone to be able to progress his career. So everyone understands the situation, but he's committed to the club. Most players will have this sort of stuff in their contract or agreements in this way. But I think in terms of how upfront and honest it's been, even from the point that he was signed, it speaks volumes. So I think we're doing a disservice to Ethan if someone comes in with a bid of, say, 1.2 million, 1.3, 1.4, and we then have had an agreement with him that that's what we will accept, and then we turn it down. I think that will probably do more harm than good, not just to Ethan O'Rahan, but also probably to our credibility as a football club and been a vehicle to attract these sort of players in the first place. So short answer is, yeah, I can see that being the case, but there's another question in that, where do you want to go?
What if that bid comes in now? What if just before Jez comes on air with us, and you would think at 9 o'clock they would already know it. Nobody's going to ring in and say, 9 o'clock, it's going to be far too late. But a late bid, was it ever an issue?
I think everyone would have preferred it to have been earlier if he was going to go. But again, if you've got that agreement with a player, and also, let's say it's £1.5 million, can't turn it down. We cannot turn down a £1.5 million for any footballer in the position that we're in. We've never sold a player for half of that yet. So, not up front at least. So, absolutely, if someone did put a bid in now, I think, would have to accept it in terms of it'd be the right thing for the football club. It'd be the right thing for Ethan. It'd be the right thing for the future of the club because of our credibility. But it'd be up to Ethan then whether he wanted to go to whoever had put the bid in. I think, the player still has the final say in that situation. I think obviously we can't wait for 11 o'clock to tick around just to make sure that definitely doesn't happen. But as we stand right now, as I said before, I think it's a huge, huge, huge statement that we've been able to hold on to him because, midway through the transfer window, I thought he was almost certainly going to leave because there was money being thrown around left, right, and centre, particularly by teams in this league, actually more than the Championship. But he's primed for a Championship move, isn't he? So, best case scenario, that's us next season, isn't it? That's what we all hope is the case. But if it's not, he'll still be in the Championship, in my opinion.
I think there was a fear when Lucas went and when Lass went that Ethan would quickly follow. But I think the club have always been very staunch in their valuation of all of the players. The players are assets and the club is a business. And we don't like to say that. And we don't like to see it that way because there's a soul to a football club. There's something that runs much deeper. But if you strip everything away, the skeleton of the club is a business. Like if you strip everything away from a human, they're a skeleton at the end. So that's what a club is, and we build everything else on it. We put the emotion into it, we put the belief into it, we put the power into it, and the people that are managing it, from Jez and Harvey and Clive and Michael Scabala, they kind of make it come alive. But it's a business, and the players are assets. and those players are given a value. And I think we saw with Lucas Jensen, and I think we saw with Lars Sorensen, that once that value is met, then you have to take emotion out of it. Because let's face it, if it's based on emotion and likability, £2 million wouldn't have bought Lars Sorensen. Lars Sorensen, the footballer, was a £400,000 footballer, and we all thought that was a good deal. Lars Sorensen, the person, was a new £2 million person. But people don't win you football games. Footballers do. And I think that's really interesting. I think that's kind of a little bit around Ethan Rahan as well, because we're talking about him being a footballer, and in footballing terms, his value is probably around £1.4 million. In reality, people can talk about 2 million, 3 million players. League One players playing in his position don't go for that money. They go for less money than that. Cameron Brannigan, for instance, a little bit further up the field, might go for a little bit more. Now, we've seen Ethan Rahan, the person, firsthand. We went to the training session. We saw him at the event. And there's something quite infectious about him that I think is equally as important to the squad. I think he's a captain in waiting. Probably needs a tiny little bit more maturity to his game, but like, he's always smiling, he's always joking around. He seems like he's almost a glue that holds things together. That attitude's got to be really important now, hasn't it? Because he hasn't been passed over for a move, but he's seen two teammates move on, earning bigger wages, arguably at bigger clubs. Huddersfield, maybe not. We'll see at the end of the season, but Millwall certainly at the moment. So it's that attitude that's going to be equally as important as anything you can do with a football over the next few months.
Absolutely right. And that links into something you mentioned just a minute ago, because you said footballers win your games, not people. But I think the person behind the footballer is overlooked so often by supporters, because, we know there's been certain characters in the football club in semi-recent seasons, and obviously even looking further back. Yeah. No, that wasn't a difficult thing to work out, was it? But even obviously looking further back, there's been many. But just in football in general, you hear stories, you obviously hear headlines. A lot of footballers have they have a bad reputation on the whole, don't they? I think certainly to non-football fans, footballers in general have a bad reputation, but there are a lot of footballers out there, and I think we can be really pleased and that we've got good people at our football club that run it, and have got a real ethos and a real, I suppose, blueprint of the type of people we want to sign. It's not just about the metrics on the pitch. Obviously, you and I can discuss that till the cows come home, and we will. But you can't put a number on someone's personality, but you can get a feel for them. And I remember when we spoke to Jez a year or so ago, he mentioned the amount of depth they went into to get the Ethan deal over the line. So much so as like finding out the name of his cat or from his brother or something, and just asking how the cat is. Just caring about the person, knowing what makes them tick. And I think it speaks volumes that we haven't heard a peep around Ethan agitating for a move, because as you mentioned, he absolutely will have had interest. There's not many Championship clubs that would not want the likes of Ethan Rahan in their squad. So the fact that we haven't heard a dicky bird at all around him agitating for it, and we've got to this point of the transfer window with no real concrete, even rumours, I think that speaks volumes for him as well, because players can absolutely kick up a fuss and make a bit of a stink and get stories in the headlines and in the newspaper to get moves moving. So the fact we haven't heard anything, I think, speaks volumes about his personality as much as it does his ability on the pitch.
Yeah, we've got our segment through till 9:30, and then we're going to bring Charlie in, and we haven't even started on the players yet. But it's actually a really important discussion to pick up, this idea of people, because almost every manager I can ever think of has spoken about we're signing good people. Danny Cowley used to say it all the time, but Danny Cowley signed Ollie Palmer, who, in my opinion, wasn't a good person. And I had the odd meet with him behind the scenes. I was there the day he signed. I was judging a book competition the day he came into the boardroom to be unveiled. And he just came across as really arrogant. He didn't feel like a good person. And then I recall a conversation, I think it was between Danny and Nicky, that I was privy to. I can't remember that, where neither of them would take responsibility for signing Ollie Palmer. And then you think about Chris Maguire, and you think about some of the other players that we've had. James Wilson was one who I remember speaking to, doing an interview with him, and he was really negative about being played out of position and all this sort of stuff. And there was the goalkeeper, Grant Smith, that kind of gave a similar interview. And yet there was this perception that Dan and Nick signed good people. And when you actually think about it, when Michael Appleton came in, we had good people. We had Mickey O'Connor, we had Lee Frecklington, we had Jason Shackle, who felt like good people, but they weren't Michael Appleton's people. and they were all kind of bombed out one by one. But Michael Appleton replaced them with the likes of Adam Jackson and George Grant, and they were good people, but they were good people for Michael Appleton. Whereas what it feels like we've got now, I don't know if it's players that are more a reflection of the manager, potentially, because when you think about the players that Michael Appleton that thrived with him, there were ones like Teo Eden, Anthony Scully, Brennan Johnson, players that had come from down and probably had a similar experience to Michael Appleton playing at big clubs filtering down. Whereas Michael Scabala has come up through hard work, through graft. And you actually look at some of the players that we've got, and quite a few of those have done that. I mean, okay, you've got your JJ McKinnons and your Tom Baylisses that have been with big clubs, but they've had to come back down and they've had to start working. And I wonder if maybe personality is a reflection not only of the recruitment team, but it's actually a reflection of the manager as well. And if so, how well does that bode for us? And also there's another E in Exeter, Ben. How well does that bode for us this season?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I think I'd probably prefer not to keep those as separate. I prefer not to keep the recruitment team doing their job and Jez doing his job and Michael influencing it as having their people. I think there's just real alignment within the football club in regards to the type of people that we're recruiting in all areas of the club, not just on the pitch, but off it as well, which then creates that kind of identity, I suppose, doesn't it? And if you can create that culture and that identity, then you don't need to manage it or micromanage it at all, because it manages itself, because the lads will motivate themselves. I can't remember what game it was now. It might have been Shrewsbury last season. It might have been Cambridge. I can't remember who it was. And one thing the opposition manager said is that we were like 2-3, 4-0 up at half time, what it was. And some of our players were getting into each other because they didn't do something quite right, even though we were coasting in the league and in the game. And, I think that just speaks absolute volumes, because the fact that we were doing that was obviously a bit of a knock at that his players don't take that sort of responsibility. So, yeah, I think it's going to only be a positive.
Now, sorry, I lost everybody there for a minute. It kind of faded out and faded back in. It reminded me a little bit for a second. Everything froze. It reminded me of a burger joint incident in Nottingham a few weeks ago. And I just came round a minute or two later. But we'll leave that. Those who know. Right. So we are looking at the we're looking at the transfers. You and I have got 13 minutes to deal with the first 7. So let's take them in blocks. We have got the 2 reserve goalkeepers. So it's the first summer I've ever known that Lincoln City have sold 3 goalkeepers for fees and brought 3 in, and none of them are on loan. Jamie Pardington, Zach Geacock, there was a real belief that one of them was going to be going out on loan. As yet, that hasn't happened. We are an hour and 45 minutes or whatever from the transfer window closing. Bear in mind, if there's a non-league loan to be had, that's still highly possible. Of those 2, which do you feel now, given that there is not a football league loan available, is most likely to go out on loan?
Pardington, because he hasn't played yet. Geacock was preferred in the cup game, which would indicate to me that he's just slightly above in the pecking order. That's the only evidence that we have to go off. I'm not going to pretend that I know a huge amount about either of them. I haven't seen a huge amount of either of them play before. In those little snippets that we have seen, I've been super impressed with Zach Geacock's ball striking ability at his feet, with both feet as well. I've never seen a goalkeeper been able to strike the ball so cleanly with his wrong foot. It was pretty damn impressive. If that gets polished alongside some undoubted goalkeeping ability, that can be a real asset. So yeah, that was good to see. But yeah, I think Pardington appears to be most likely primed for a non-league move. But as mentioned, we genuinely don't know. We'll see.
I remember a few years ago, and funnily enough, it plays into something we spoke with Ben about earlier, Juan Luque signing. I remember getting so excited that we'd finally got a project player, that we weren't just going to exist on this is the squad, and if you're not in the squad, we've got a player who might develop. And I remember when we started loaning players out to develop rather than loaning them out to get rid. Look, when Theo Archibald went out, you knew he wasn't coming back. And Zach Elbazedi went out, he wasn't coming back into the side. I get super excited by the fact that we've got 3 goalkeepers. George Wicken's obviously number 1, 2 other goalkeepers, and they're not just here like Simon Rayner, to bounce a ball at half time, and if somebody gets injured, he'll go in goal for 30 minutes, and then we'll bring somebody else in, kind of thing. These are goalkeepers that we feel in the future could be number 1 keepers. Now, it doesn't actually matter whether they ever achieve that or not. It doesn't matter whether Sam Long ever got to be the number 1 goalkeeper. It doesn't matter if Jordan Wright ever displaced Lucas Jensen. It's the fact that we are attempting to develop. We're not just bringing somebody in as a bookmark until we need somebody else. I agree with you. We liked Geacock against Harrogate. He looks like he's got a little bit about him. I think he's got good distribution. We'll come on to George Wickens with Charlie, but by the way, his distribution is absolutely spot on. That was the one thing that some people incorrectly criticised Lucas Jensen for. He wasn't any less accurate than keepers we've had before. George Wickens, oh my Lord, he looks like the David Beckham with gloves, doesn't he? In the way that he kind of delivers the ball and lands it on a sixpence. Right at the beginning of the transfer window, first signing, he was with us all summer, he was with us last season. Conor McGrandles, one of the most important signings we've made over the summer.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget that he was a summer signing, to be honest, because it feels like he's been part of the squad. It almost feels in a way like he never left, even though he's had his spell at Charlton since, because he slotted, even last season when he joined in January, he slotted straight back into the side, and it was as if he'd never left. And he's obviously only made 1 appearance so far this season, but as discussed before, could see him nailing down a position in the starting 11. Just a key signing, offers some real experience, some real calmness, some real know-how. Does a lot of the stuff that doesn't always get the statistics or really hugely noticed, but really influences the players around him. I think it said quite a lot that when he was substituted off against Mansfield, it was at that point that our midfield looked a little bit less in tune and slightly more disjointed. And that isn't a criticism against the lads that came on. That is in praise of Conor. Yeah, potential to be a real key player.
Now, while you and Charlie were doing your little bit, I went off and I had a cup of tea and I was looking at camper vans. And when I'm looking at camper vans, I want a VW T5 camper van. And when I'm looking at camper vans, I'm looking for things that look sleek. They look good. They look like they move well. They turn heads. Is that Tom Bayliss? Is Tom Bayliss the VW T5 of attacking midfielders, and not the battered one I went to look? Well, not battered, but not the old one I went to look in at Louth earlier that needed the seat screwing down and the radio didn't quite fit, and there was an absolute. I once described Jack Payne as a Rolls Royce of a player, and I got shot down for it. We've waxed lyrical about Tom Bayliss already. Ben obviously is a fan. He's seen plenty of him so far this summer. You and I met him, really unassuming kid, and actually say kid, that's quite condescending for somebody that moved from £2 million for £2 million from Coventry to Preston, who's done all of that to Lincoln fans when he scored. I actually expected, I'm not going to say an arsehole, but somebody with a bit of swagger, a little bit of, do you know what I mean? Almost like that kind of half Chris Maguire attitude, not the arsehole half, just I've been there and done it. But he actually couldn't have been more down to earth, could he, as well?
No, he's a lovely chap. We were with the project chatting to him for a good sort of 10, 15 minutes, didn't we? And yeah, he just came across really well. But on the pitch, he's been superb so far. Of course, Ben picked him as his player of the month, and he certainly was up there for me as well. I think he's got a very much Ted Bishop vibes in terms of style. He's a really good ball carrier. Seems to have a little bit more physicality than Ted did. We of course all hope he's got a little bit more in terms of being able to get more minutes and just be available not just for games, but as Kieran Walker mentioned in his little segment earlier, how important it is for it to have availability to train as well. How important that is. So yeah, we know that Ted has obviously missed a few. Not just a few games. His actual appearances was 33 or something last season, which isn't too shabby at all. But in terms of how many 90 minutes did he have and how available was he to train, there's obviously a big difference there in regard to what we think we're getting with Tom Bayliss. But in terms of just ability and style and the role he can play in the team, I actually think he's basically got all of the benefits that Ted Bishop had and potentially none of the negatives. So yeah, I've been super impressed with him, and I like his intensity. I just like he's what your dad would call a footballer, isn't he? He has that the technical ability to go alongside it.
You sound like me now. The number of times I've said that, I explain how my dad likes football as Gary Taylor Fletcher. I like the footballer, the guy that plays the football. And yeah, Bayliss is that. I think long-term JJ McKiernan will be that. I don't think we've quite seen that as yet, but we're 3 games in, so that's not a criticism at all. Now, I'm really keen to speak to Jez about the comments from Derek Adams about JJ McKiernan. And Jez will be on in just over half an hour's time after the 10 o'clock headlines from Benjamin Ward. So we're going to be able to ask him about that. Now, one comment I got on Saturday was, I thought JJ looked a little bit lightweight. Now, that's a criticism that's really easy to kind of level, especially at a player who has literally only just stepped up to League One anyway. This is a player we've given a 4-year contract to. I think Tom Bayliss is 2 years, if I remember. Connor, I'm not so sure, potentially 2 years off the top of my head. But we've given JJ a 4-year contract. He is undoubtedly one for the future. He is one that even after 10 or 15 games, people can't quite see where he fits in. He will fit in. A little bit like Lasse Sorensen a couple of years ago, where the first season, I mean, he was getting criticised. I remember, and I won't name the person, but friend of mine that I was doing some work with, I remember talking to him about Lass, and he said, "Oh, he's terrible. Oh, he's this and that." And he'll know who he is if he's watching, which I doubt he is at the minute. And then the first game of the following season, it's like, "Oh, I'm beginning to see it now." And then over the summer, it's like, "Oh, I don't want him to go." That's JJ, isn't it? He's going to maybe be a slightly slower burner, but we've got Tom Bayliss to be the impact straight away, and JJ McKiernan to be almost like the apprentice to the master kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know if JJ fits that exact mold. I think he has the potential to be a really. I think it's intensity and physicality that JJ brings. He's obviously good on the ball as well, and maybe needs to learn the system a little bit. And I definitely agree that he's a one for the future. That's not to say he doesn't have a role to play now. I think he certainly can do. I was really excited by this signing. It screamed Lincoln City signing to me when we brought him in, to be honest. But I think what's great is that he's not coming in with the pressure of having to hit that ground running because he's going to be a guaranteed starter. He's going to add to the squad, absolutely, and hopefully grow into that starting player in the future. But he's got some really kind of experienced heads around him. For me, I think he's probably going to be somewhere in between the two. I think he, in terms of style, fits a little bit in between Conor McGrandles and Tom Bayliss. Or maybe should I say Tom Bayliss and maybe Ethan Hamilton, maybe in terms of style. I think he has got the physicality, real intensity to his game. It's just polishing it, and it's just obviously learning the system because the R38s go quite wide at times, and it's just learning something new. It's not just what you do on the ball; it's what you do off it, and that's the bit that takes longer to click. So, yeah, I think he's absolutely one for the future. I do think he absolutely has the potential to become a first team and a real key player. You know, we wouldn't give out 4-year deals willy-nilly for no reason. There will have been real thought and preparation going into offering a 4-year deal for a player. So, and there's obviously only a few of those at the club.
We have 2 minutes of our segment left.
Sorry.
What I'm actually going to do? No. It's not a pop at you. Obviously, it's a joint thing. So we're going to talk about Rob Street, and then I'm going to bring Charlie in and let you and Charlie talk about Tendai Darikwa, not because I need the loo, but just for some other reason. So we're talking about long deals. Rob Street could be very much a forgotten man because we've signed Bailey Cadamartri, so he's the number 9. You've got Jovan's come through the ranks. You've got Freddie, who got all the goals last season at Walsall. Ben House is our leading striker. Rob Street's come in on a big deal. Are we talking similar to what I've just been saying about JJ? Got qualities, but slower burner perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. Again, read a lot into that 4-year deal. For me, all the strikers are slightly different. I think Michael mentioned that in his press conference, which is really nice to see because it sounds like there's none going out on loan. But he says, yeah, they all offer something slightly different. But I think the 2 most similar players in terms of our front line is Rob Street and Ben House. They are different, but there's some similarities there. And I foresee Rob Street being brought in as almost an understudy to Ben. I'd be really surprised to see them playing together, particularly often this season. So, yeah, obviously we all know the value that Ben has, but he's, as you mentioned earlier as well, he's an asset just like everyone else is. And if we get a bit of a certain value or chooses not to renew his deal because he has better offers elsewhere, then we've hopefully got someone who is ready to step into that role already in the building. That's my perception of the signing. I could be barking up the wrong stream. Might be worth asking Jez, of course. But yeah, I think certainly one for the future rather than one that we're going to see a huge amount of right away.
Carl makes a brilliant point. Thinks Keith Alexander said you can never have too many strikers. Burton don't think so. They play them at wing back, don't they? Not Burton, Mansfield. I get the two mixed up. Playing yellow, Nigel Clough, Lucas Akins. It's all the same thing, isn't it? Burton, Mansfield, same part of the country. That kind of middle bit that nobody really visits. So finally, we have got. No, we're not in the middle bit. We're just off one side. We've got a cathedral. I didn't see Burton Cathedral when I went there, or
absolutely
ages ago. So finally, Tendai. I just want to chime in on Tendai. We'll bring Charlie in, but in a second, I'll hand over to you two just for a moment. So Tendai was the one signing that really shocked me, but it's the one signing that shows the club's recruitment isn't hard and fast. There isn't such a thing as the model. We will sign players that fit different profiles for a playing perspective rather than just an asset perspective. It's not all purely about bringing players in, churning them out. We are obviously trying to move forward as well. You guys have already spoken about Tendai, obviously, so there's no need to go over it particularly with you, but I just wanted to say I was lucky enough to get an opportunity to talk to him. And it's quite clear that his influence is going to extend beyond what he does on the pitch. What he does on the pitch is very good. He had some fascinating stuff to say about Jovan, about kind of the advice he wanted to give Jovan, what a quality player he saw in there, some of the qualities he saw in the squads that he saw at Wigan when Wigan won the title a couple of years ago while he was there. He didn't mention the FA Cup in 2017, to be fair to him, but I didn't ask him that either. For those who don't know, he played for Burnley and they got knocked out by somebody in the quarterfinals. So that's Tendai. I've skipped over that a little bit because you guys have already mentioned it. But Charlie, if I can just let you and Chris talk about Dom Jeffries, and I will come back in on Tom Hamer.
Yeah, Dom Jeffries, obviously, he was a player that we actually spoke about live on a podcast as well, wasn't it, Chris? Because he was announced at the 6 o'clock, and then I jumped in straight after because I think Gary had to go and have his dinner that night, if I remember correctly. So
yes, I do remember that. I do remember it being announced on a podcast. Yeah. It was one of the surprise. Because I think it was not a day that we was expecting another signing to go through. Probably George Wickens, potentially. I think we'd heard.
It was. I think we were waiting on George Wickens to come through on... And then he didn't end up getting announced until the Saturday, if I remember correctly. Because it was then right. Tom Hamer on the Friday. We had 3 in a row that week. If I remember,
it was a busy week.
Right.
And this one certainly caught us by surprise, didn't it? But it was a player of a really good age, had an impressive season at Gillingham, and had all the attributes that we kind of associate with the Lincoln City signing now of good longevity, good intensity to their play. Lots of the metrics that kind of measure those sort of things he impressed with. Also versatility, I think, is really key. And as obviously mentioned on that podcast, that I thought he had a lot of the attributes that could mean he could whether fill in or even become a wing back. Of course, we know that it's happened with Lass. Of course, he went from being a holding / box to box midfielder to becoming an outstanding right wing back. And I felt that Dom Jeffries had the attributes for that. But at the time, we just thought, well, more depth, more midfielders. We didn't think we needed any more midfielders. He was billed as a midfielder. He's only played at wing back so far, of course, in terms of his first 2 appearances this season. But just another one potentially for future. Really interesting deal here, isn't it? Because this is a 2-year deal with the option of a further 2 years. So it's rare that you see that kind of a 2-year add-on. And I'm wondering whether that is, we brought him in now, and it's a real opportunity for him to improve, stake a claim. If it goes really well, then we expect his potential ceiling to be really high. So we could then trigger that extra 2 years to give us some security in terms of a potential sale, but without the risk, I suppose, that's associated with giving that 4-year deal straight away, like it has been with JJ and Rob Street.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think it's a massively interesting one, especially the whole wing back idea and the fact. Yeah, obviously, Chris had a massively smug smile on his face as soon as the idea of Dom Jeffries actually playing right wing back came into fruition in that pre-season match. But it just shows that obviously we brought in Tendai Dariko, and I'm actually going to slightly disagree with something that Gary said because he's not here, so it's easy to do.
I am. Go on.
Dan, you obviously mentioned about the club willing to step away from the model and the fact that there isn't really much of a model definitively for every transfer. I'm going to disagree with that because for me, and I think it's been said by the club, the model is win, develop. So that doesn't necessarily mean that every single signing has to be a player that gets developed into a world-class star, but it means that we have to strike the balance between both winning games and developing. So let's say Dom Jeffries is seen as the long-term successor at right wing-back. Like last Sorensen, bearing in mind it took him 18 months to move into that right wing-back position. He was only moved into that because of an injury on the pitch one game. If that's the case, and Tendai Darikwa is here for 1, maybe 2 seasons, because he's got the option as well, then we've got the player that can help us win in the short term and hopefully help develop a Dom Jeffries so that we've got both of the win and the develop sides of the model. That's how I see that whole thing going, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, I'm wrong. And you're wrong because what I say is people perceived the model to be purely buy to develop, whereas Tendai Darikwa proves that that's not it. I didn't particularly. I mean, I'm not getting defensive.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I disagreed with the statement. That was all.
You disagreed with something that you perceived slightly differently to how it was meant to be. Chris, we'll let you go and straighten your tie and make a pina colada, and I will remain here with my new best friend, Mr. Gibraltar himself, Charlie Beeston. No, you make a good point, Charlie, because my point was that the perception is that the model is all about buying players to develop, and we're actually agreeing in a sense because it isn't. But I think if a football club has any other model than win, develop, or a hybrid of the two, I'm not quite sure what it is. We'll kind of lose, crash and burn.
Shrewsbury?
Quite strange. Yeah, I'm not sure what their model is at the minute at all. Sign and be signed. So that's Dom Jeffries. Let's move on to, do you know what? It's actually mind-boggling how many players we've signed who are not filler. You know, like if we'd done this in previous years, we'd be going, let's move on to, and it'd be a play, you'd be going, well, we don't really know where he fits in. You know where every single one of these fits in. Tom Hamer is next. We're doing it chronologically. And again, when I say not filler, he's not one of the signings that stands out in terms of he's not a Bailey Cadamartri at the top end of the field. He's not an Eric Ring with the under 21. He's not Tom Bayliss with a 2 million price tag. He's just a good, solid, honest footballer who's adding value to the squad and adding depth to the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what we needed going into this summer transfer window. I think we've signed, I mean, I've counted them up earlier. We've signed 3 goalkeepers, 5 defenders, if we're including Dom Jeffries as a defender, 3 midfielders and 2 strikers. And that's filling in for really only losing 2 players that we would have gone into the summer transfer window hoping to keep if no bids had come in, and obviously Lucas and Lass. So to have improved the squad depth in that way is outstanding. Now, what I'm going to mention here with Tom Hamer, I'm going to kind of revert back and compare him to a certain centre-back that we had last year. This certain centre-back last year was in on loan, and obviously Alex Mitchell, and whenever he got into the team last year, he was able to stake his claim and stay there. But he couldn't get in immediately over Jacko and O'Connor, and he couldn't get in at certain times over Jacko and O'Connor. A testament to the strength of those two as footballers and those two as defenders. I have a feeling this could be the same with Tom Hamer. I suspect that in a game in the next 6-8 weeks, one of them's either going to have a suspension, or they've had a knock and they're going to have to take a break, or we've got a Tuesday night game and they just simply aren't fit enough to play after the Tuesday. And suddenly Tom Hamer comes in, and Tom Hamer then stakes his claim, and whoever it is that gets dropped can't get their way back in. Because so far, I've been really impressed whenever he's been on the pitch, whether that be in pre-season, whether that's him coming on as a sub. I think he brings something different to our team. Obviously, that long throw, I mean, that in itself is fantastic. And you notice his so much more compared to, I think Jacko's been trying a couple recently, and they've been all right. But Tom Hamer's stand out as extraordinary, probably even more so than Adelakins did when he first started doing them as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same situation where he comes in and he stays in.
Yes, fair point. I'm not sure that any Sean Rowan's not droppable. Sean Rowan, if he's fit, he plays because what he brings is very, very unique. The captain isn't as well. You know, we saw that last year when he was suspended and he came almost straight back in. Mm-hmm. And I don't think Jacko's droppable at the minute. The emergence of Adam Jackson from the perception of what he used to be has been quite startling. Because after the first season, the first maybe even two, people had this impression of a Ted Bishop style central defender, not, like to carry the ball and score goals, but you got 30 games a season out of him. Whereas now I don't really think of Adam Jackson as an injury risk. And I think it was quite harshly judged as an injury risk a couple of years ago when he had about 3 concussions. I remember Dan Udo smashing him in the middle of the park at Shrewsbury, which it was just an awful challenge. How Udo stayed on the field, I've no idea. And it was something like Jacko's 3rd concussion, and protocol dictated that he had to miss games. And I think in terms of actual injuries, he hasn't really struggled for a while. But Tom Hamer, I can see what you mean. I can see you mean about him being an Alex Mitchell style player. What I think he offers is a little bit of flexibility. He can clearly play right wing back. I think we'll see, when you think we'll play Chesterfield in the EFL Trophy, and we could have Tom Hamer and Lewis Monsma in as reserve players. It's just absolutely astounding, really, the depth of the squad. I think I counted 27 in the squad, with one maybe expected to go out, and obviously and a keeper as well. I mean, it's mad. Moving on to another. Oh, do you want to say something more about Tom?
No, honestly, just agreeing with you. So yeah, I won't waste our time. I've got long.
My wife asked me, "Have I changed my tie?" Only because literally every break I've been changing my tie, and I was having a competition to see the first person that mentioned it. And I just said to her when I went out there, nobody's mentioned that I've changed my tie. And there she is. She's saying, change the tie. And Reece Marshall, I think Hamer must have been giving Rowan long throw tips. They're much better than last season. They are. The one thing I found about the long throws from Hamer, and I think to the Harrogate game, was he was playing, let me get this right, I think he was playing left-sided centre-back. So if we got a throw in on the attacking right wing, he had to come all the way over to get the throw, and we were losing some momentum in the attack. So I think there's a time and a place for the long throws. I think they are really useful, but I think you do have to mix it up, and it's good to see one or two of the other players dropping long throws as well. One player you want to be able to throw the ball a good distance is the next man we're going to talk about. That was a smooth segue. Oh, we've only got 3 minutes to talk about these. George Wickens.
Yeah, George Wickens. Look, what a signing I think he's already been. I've been really impressed with him. I've had a couple of kind of negative comments, if anything, to make about some of our defensive performances so far, especially like Burton, for example. I felt that we were quite open. But Mansfield, we dominated them that much. It's disappointing to have conceded. And Barnsley as well. They scored one soft goal, one that they shouldn't have been given the ball where they did, but you can't really blame the goalkeeper for it coming through bodies and him not quite being able to see it. He got down, tried to get into the corner. But some of the saves that he's been making as well have been outstanding. Lucas Jensen's boots or gloves were always going to be massive to fill for anybody that came in. And I think George Wickens has already shown an air of calmness about him to the point where, although we can't predict the whole season, we don't know whether he's going to be able to fulfill that same potential that Lucas Jensen did. He's shown that he's on the right path to do it, which is a great step after, again, only 3 matches.
Brilliant. I'm not going to go into George Wickens too much. I just think us signing a goalkeeper for the reported fee, and we're not talking club record fee, but I think we're talking a decent fee, really was a comfort after losing Lucas. So we'll move on to Eric Ring. And to be fair, you and I have already covered Bailey Cadamarteri and Saxon early, but Eric Ring was the last one. Now, this was a fascinating transfer saga played out. Now, as I understand it, and we can ask Jez when he comes on in a little while, we were looking at Scandinavia. I think we'd identified somebody at the top end of the field. It's always dangerous. I think it's always tough for somebody like Jez to say something like that because people then expect it to happen, whereas there's so many moving parts. So I think it was really nice when we did manage to tap into that market. I've been told off the record that we'd identified a potential wide player. Not told where, not told who, for obvious reasons. And then somebody sent me a report from Sweden saying it looks like Lincoln are interested in this player. So I started kind of following him. It was Eric Ring, watched lots of videos. Up until the start of the season, there was a couple of players I was really excited about. I was really interested to see. Now the transfer window's closing. Eric Ring is one that I think I cannot wait to see this boy in action for Lincoln, because there's something about, there's a certain romance about signing a player, just been under 21, 22 years old, just played for his country at under 21, been playing in top flight, been playing in 25,000 seater stadium, all that sort of stuff, to suddenly come in and play for us now. It's a good one, isn't it? It's an exciting one.
Yeah, it really is. I don't think in this window we've made one marquee signing, and that's not a negative. I just think all of the transfers that we have done, and certainly a good portion of them anyway, have been really exciting top end of the squad transfers. Eric Ring is as close to a marquee signing as an individual as you can get, and he is a really exciting signing. When you have got a top club in Sweden in IRK, their manager and their sporting director specifically saying that they want him to stay, what kind of a message is that sending to us as League One Lincoln City? That is a fantastic kind of coup, in a way, of a player that we've managed to bring over. He's really exciting on the ball from all of the videos that I've also seen. And again, a lot of them are only montages and highlights, and you can always pick out the best bits of any player that you want. So it's always a little bit false, if you like. But I can't wait to see him playing a full 90 minutes for Lincoln, because from everything that we've seen so far, I think there's a real good potential for him to be one of the highest players in the squad.
Now, my apologies if you can hear a strange noise in the background. My dog, faithful as he is, has laid next to me the whole time. I don't know if anyone can hear me. He's actually started snoring now. You don't get that in the Sky Sports News office, but his personality, it's real. It's more Lincoln City than it is Premier League, isn't it? It's earthy. It's family friendly. I'd say I like it, but I don't like it when he starts going mad in the middle of the night in his sleep and wakes me up. But that's another story altogether. That's why I'm so bloody knackered. So we have talked about Bailey Cadamarteri. We have talked about Saxon Early. They are the incomings, 13, I believe, all in. Before we just talk briefly on outgoings, Charlie, and I'm going to do something now that I always criticise people for doing. At this point, this looks like a really good transfer window for Lincoln City, doesn't it? Hindsight will always kind of come into play further down the line. But I don't think I've ever had a transfer window shut where I felt so cool and relaxed, where I've done a 4-hour special and I do not care whether we sign anybody else.
That in itself is the mark of a good transfer window. Like you say, the fact that we're not going into the final few hours of deadline day worrying. And to be fair, we felt the same this time last year, by the way, because we didn't know about our striker injuries at the time, and we felt that we were in a really good position. And then everything seemed to just go belly up literally the day after Bristol Rovers away. But this year, even if anything like that did happen, we are in such a better position to have brought in so many players like we have done, to have got rid of, not even got rid of, but to have let go a couple of key players, but also replaced them in abundance, really, with not just one player, but a couple of players in each position. I think it's a fantastic transfer window so far. And look, I'll preface that by saying there will be a couple of these players that don't make it and within 2 years have gone on to a lower league. Ali Smith, for example. Ali Smith was another one of those players that this time last year, me, Chris, you, we were all raving about it, really excited about him coming in. Didn't quite make it at Lincoln. He's now out on loan and on an exit loan, it seems like. There will be one or two of these that have the same fate, but it seems like it will just be one or two, an absolute push, because I would be very hard pressed to see any more than one or two go down that same road.
Now, a transfer window is not all about incomings, it's about outgoings. Now, we've already touched on Lass and Lucas, I think, but some of the other outgoings don't particularly get mentioned. Obviously, we've mentioned the two goalkeepers going for a cash fee. Alicia Huey and Hayden Can over in Ireland are interesting exits. The first exit I think I'd like to just touch upon is Jaden Brown, because he didn't make it here. with the greatest respect, for whatever reason, he didn't make it here. And after one game, I try not to unduly criticize players, but I had said I thought Jayden struggled in certain areas of the field. And he actually messaged me on Twitter and said something like, "Are you joking, Geese?" or something along those lines. And I think I've mentioned it before. I felt quite sorry for him in that respect, that he was obviously struggling with some form of confidence to be going on to it afterwards and looking to see what people thought online. He went on loan to St Mirren. He played 8 times for St Mirren, and I don't think he started, or he may have started one game. He's moved there permanently. He's already played 7 times for them this season.
I'm assuming that like 4 of those will have been in that group stage of that cup that they do or whatever that they play in like July. But yeah, it's an inch. Yeah.
You mean the Conference League? Yeah, because that's what they were in. He's actually played 4 Conference League games for them.
Oh, was it Conference? I wasn't even thinking the Conference League. I was thinking the Scottish Cup when they play the group stage in like July or whatever. I don't know if the Scottish Prem clubs take part in that, though. Actually, it might have only been Championship and lower. But anyway, it's a really interesting one, Jayden Brown, isn't it? Because I kind of forgot about him when I was running through my head there, thinking, okay, what outgoings are we going to be talking about? Which outgoing is Gary suddenly wanted to talk about first? Hang on, Jayden Brown. Oh yeah, he was here. And you sort of just forgot about him, and it's a shame because he's another one of those players that came to us with technical ability from those that had watched him previously, and he had come from higher up, had dropped down the level to kind of hopefully rekindle his career, especially at Lincoln, where we've got that pedigree being able to help players do that, and it just didn't seem to work out for whatever reason. And that's okay, but also I think this is another huge credit that the club have managed to, first of all, get him out. I was going to say get rid of him, but that's very, very harsh. Get him out on loan for the second half of the season last year, when we didn't think he was going to be much of a part of the team, and then get him a permanent move after only a year. So even though we don't see pedigree in those sorts of in him as a footballer, clearly other teams do, which is actually a positive, not a negative, because it goes back to something that I think Liam said to. I think he said it to both of us on some recording somewhere or other, where he says, look, even if players don't make it as professionals with Lincoln City, we just want to make sure that they at least make it as a professional somewhere. So the fact that we're able to help the likes of Jayden Brown, who didn't make it here, not just drop into non-league, which wasn't that long ago, where players that left us that didn't perform here would have done, but he's now playing in the Scottish Premiership.
Jayden Brown has now started as many games in Europe for St Mirren as he did in the Football League for Lincoln City.
Incredible.
And he played the whole 90 minutes, I think, against Celtic at the weekend. It just goes to show that when I say one man's trash is another man's treasure, I'm not saying he was trash here, but it just goes to show. I always felt there was a player in Jayden Brown. I just don't think that it was the right person, the right player, the right club, the right fit. And you could argue the same about the next person I'm going to mention, Danny Mandroiu, because Danny Mandroiu this season, I think, depending on whether they're home or away, could be lining up against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge.
Yeah.
So he's going, let me ask you a question, Charlie. Let me put it this way. Let me be controversial, because we skipped around somebody that I'm not a massive fan of. Danny Butterfield signed for Swindon. We all know who's in charge at Swindon.
Danny Butterfield did?
Not Danny Butterfield. Dan Butterworth. Dan Butterworth, whatever. That butter, it's all Dans and Butters, and I can't believe it's not butter and all that sort of thing. Mark Kennedy said Danny Mandroiu would go back to Ireland as if it was going to be sloping away. I did a piece on this saying, is it sloping away? And I haven't got Shamrock's fixtures up. I will. Is it sloping away if you're in a major European Cup competition against Chelsea?
Nope, I said this. I think this is an opportunity for him to rekindle something. And we've got a little bet going, haven't we? A little £20 bet that I say that was it by the time he was 30 that I said he'll have played a game in the Championship by the time he's 30.
Yeah, you did say that.
And I stick by that.
Yeah.
I stick by it.
He won't, in my opinion.
We'll see.
I think that he is. I think he's got more chance of playing a top flight game in Belgium than he has playing in Champions. I think that's his ultimate destination. And if I seem to remember, there's an element of Romanian, I think, in him. He's part Romanian off the top of my head. Chris is nodding, so obviously it must be right. I think that his long-term destination is continental Europe. I don't think he will come back and play in England again. He's been over here twice. It hasn't really worked out twice. He was very, very good for us when he was good. When he was bad, he was very, very bad. There's a great player in there. His skill set, the way he plays football is absolutely suited to certain divisions in mainland Europe. I can see him playing in Belgium. I could see him playing in potentially the Netherlands for like a go-ahead Eagles or somebody, or a knack breeder, something like that. But he's got some big games. He's got some big games now. I can't be asked to get the draw up, if I'm honest, but Dara tells me that it's at Stamford Bridge. I mean, where would you rather play, Stamford Bridge or Broad Hallway on Saturday?
Well, I think I know the answer to that question, and I think most players will as well. Yeah, you probably are right, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can do something in Ireland again. And bearing in mind, this is only a 6-month deal, isn't it? So it'll be interesting to see whether he can make an impact. Yeah, exactly.
Right, let's bring in Mr. Lamming again, because I want to make one final observation before we get some headlines from Ben, and I do hope he's got some headlines for us. If he doesn't, make news up. That's what most news outlets do these days, isn't it? Ben, make up some transfers for when we come in 5 minutes' time. Let me ask you a question, Chris. There are 2 players who were released by us in the summer who do not currently have clubs, TJ Ioma and Hakiba Delican. They can demand more money tomorrow, can't they?
yeah, probably double than whatever they've been offered so far. It's the way of the transfer window and free agency,
Shrewsbury,
isn't it?
listen up.
Indeed, yeah. Indeed. I'm surprised, though, it's got to this point in the window with neither of them finding a club, because obviously Hack's never really settled here. It was a welcome exit in some ways, despite a bit of a resurgence last year. It was a mutual exit, but he smashed it at Doncaster. Absolutely smashed it. It was part of a brilliant team that almost got promoted off when he joined there. It looked nowhere near it, so he had a huge role to play in that. It surprised me that he reportedly turns down a deal at Doncaster. It almost felt like that was like if he was going to predict some of the most predictable and almost automatic transfers of the summer, it was Hack's going to Doncaster, but he's turned that down and found himself here. So he could end up anywhere. This time last year, we saw the likes of Mide Shadipo going across to play Portugal. I could definitely see that sort of move happening. He could end up in League Two. You never know. He might end up in a League One side. He could end up in Scotland. He could end up anywhere. Whereas for TJ, I'm so surprised no one snapped him up. He's a really dependable player at this level. I thought a club along the lines of Leyton Orient would be straight in. But yeah, here we are now. They both featured, didn't they, in a was it PFA Players 11 against, I want to say, Cambridge in a friendly this week. So all players.
Did they both play?
I don't know. It was just Hack's.
I don't think TJ did.
It was just Hacks. TJ played in the first one that was a couple of weeks back. It was just Hacks that played this week.
Fair enough. Well, that would either indicate he's picked up a knock or maybe he's got a move almost sorted. But yeah, I think it goes without saying, I'm sure you two will agree, that we actually wish both of them all the success. I haven't got a bad word to say about either of them, really. Their time finished here, kind of came to the end of the road with the role that they could play, but they were valuable while they were here in some way, shape and form. Obviously, Hacks had a bit of a big role towards the end of the last year. So yeah, I hope they all pick up a club soon.
Yeah, I think TJ should. Surely. I mean, I it baffles me. Yeah, it baffles me. I mean, I would happily, if we'd kept TJ as our right-sided centre-back cover, it wouldn't have fazed me at all. I think he was good enough. That sometimes you have to change things about a bit, don't you? So that's clearly what happened. Well, I think that more or less wraps up our look at the Lincoln City transfer business this summer. We have an hour left to go. Do you think that there will be anything else happen at all this evening, gents?
I'd be happy if there's not. Yeah. I'd be more than happy if there's not.
Very good. I certainly don't think there'll be any. I don't think there'll be any incoming this season. I understand everybody's gone home. We are closing in on being able to have Jez George in. He will be here just after 10 o'clock. I've got a whole list of questions. Are you boys got some bits and bobs ready that you want to ask?
Absolutely.
I gave you my questions, but yeah.
I haven't. I started writing some down and then had a conversation elsewhere, and I've got some now written down, but not those. So
Fair enough. Yes, then is the answer to your question.
Very good. So what we will do, we are coming up on 10 o'clock. So in a second, we'll get some made-up headlines from Ben. Chris, that's not a great look. It's Chris's ear. That's nice. We'll get some made-up transfer news from Ben, and then we'll go to Jez. And as far as I'm aware, we've got Jez for pretty much as long as we want him. It's probably the only time since the Portsmouth game ended that he's not in any fear of his phone going off at some point with stuff coming on. So some of the stuff I'm quite keen to ask him about. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to ask him if we were ever in for Joe Taylor. I am quite keen on asking him if we had bids for Ethan Arahan as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, knowing Jez, we'll probably get answers. So there we go. Right, it's 10 o'clock, boys. I'm going to drop you two off. Let's go. I don't know how to do that. There we go. Chris first. And we'll bring Ben in. Ben, have you got some made-up news for us?
I've got a few bits, some
Real
genuine
news?
news. I've got some genuine news, and I've got some made-up news. So I'm going to throw some stories out and see if that see you can pick out which are real. So we've got Wigan.
I like this game.
Yeah, so we've got Wigan. Wigan signing Malaeus Asamoah from Fleetwood.
It's
we've
real
got.
because you wouldn't make up the name Malaeus.
I can look at players.
Can you? Why haven't you done that on the other 300 podcasts we've done?
Well, I have. But you tell me that I've got it wrong, and then I doubt myself. We've got Ben Nelson has been loaned to Oxford from Leicester. We've got Jake Clark-Salter signing for Wrexham from QPR. We've got Cal Naismith moving from Bristol City to Grimsby. We've got Ramel Donovan joining Burton on loan from Birmingham. We've got Ben Wayne from Plymouth has gone to Mansfield for the season. And finally, we've got Jonathan Hogg from Huddersfield moving to Morecambe.
Are any of those made up?
Yes.
How many?
3.
Oh, I've forgotten all of them. I don't think Kai Naismith's gone to Grimsby.
No, he hasn't.
I'm not sure about anybody else. Something's just gone. I wasn't listening, actually. I shut off and started thinking about burgers. Yeah, so Charlie's put some obvious fake ones there. What about Jake Clark-Salter from Wrexham, from QPR to Wrexham?
Yeah, I made that one up.
And Hogg to Morecambe.
Yeah, I made that one up.
That was a good game. I enjoyed that. We should play that more. We should have a game of Burridge.
I no.
No,
because every time it's like, okay, cool, I've got a few ideas, and then literally like within 3, I've just completely run out. So, but yeah, this is the legit news. Is scrolling down the bottom now. I'm just having a quick look on social media to see if there's anything that's come in the last couple of minutes. Raheem Harper has left Burton Albion by mutual consent. And that's about it in terms of the latest ones.
Has there been anything big anywhere else across the Football League? Or
Napoli have signed Billy Gilmore from Brighton. I'm just looking on Sky Sports News.
That's a proper professional. You've got other screens and stuff.
Yeah,
I've got another screen up there. It's just got camper vans on it.
What was the one that Stu said? Freddie Ladapo has left Ipswich.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just having a quick look. Can't see too much else, to be honest. Ryan Fraser's moved to Southampton from Newcastle.
Charlie's on the. I can tell you, Charlie's on the beer.
Yeah. Always, he's saying no.
He's shaking his head.
Saying no.
Right, well, thank you very much, Ben. I will drop you out and we'll bring he's on Koppenberg. We'll bring Mr. Lamming back in. So thank you, Ben. So an hour left of deadline day. We are certainly not expecting any incoming business. Whether there's any outgoings, you never know if there might be a late loan. If there is, obviously, we will most likely have Jez online to talk about it as well. So the 3 hours have flown by, haven't they? Considering we haven't really had anything to talk about at all.
Yeah, they have. We obviously did it 6 months ago, and we remarked at how quickly it flew by. But we had something to look forward to. There was always that hope, I think, that we was going to sign somebody. It turned out, of course, to be Conor McGrandles. We didn't know that we were going to get Jez and Liam on last time round, and they did. So it feels like things have been better planned this time around as well. But yeah, it's absolutely flown by, and we're not going to get through half the stuff that we planned to, I don't think.
Well, it's actually remarkable that we have got through everything we got on the plan at the moment.
Well,
we've stuck to it more or less to the minute.
And I'm on it.
I'm
not late. I'm not overrun. Yes, we're all right.
Timing wise, it's absolutely flown by. We've got 150 people watching. It's a little bit fewer than last year. Excuse me. But I think that's because word got out that there was going to be a signing and we were going to get to break it live on air. And Ben says we've still got the tier list. Yeah, fascinating. I didn't really get tier lists. Charlie and Ben quite like them. That's probably because I was going to say because they're young, but obviously Ben's older than you. So yeah, I don't really get it. It's quite nice, isn't it, to be this relaxed on deadline day?
Oh yeah, I wish every deadline day could be like this until the end of time for Lincoln City fans, because we're fine. And I was obviously listening to you and Charlie talk about the squad and how satisfied we are with the transfer window so far. And I just want to echo what you guys said. It's just really satisfied. And of course, they're not all going to be huge hits. But what we've got in the squad now is just huge depth. So if we do have a bad injury, or we do have a suspension, or someone doesn't quite hit the ground running as we'd hope them that they would, it doesn't leave us short. We've got other players that are going to be determined to make that position their own. And I honestly cannot remember a Lincoln City squad that I have been this just content with, that's got this amount of depth in all positions. This is honestly, in my living memory, it's the most complete Lincoln City squad, at least on paper, that I've ever known. So yeah, absolutely buzzing now for the rest of the season. And you know what? The season starts tomorrow. Really, obviously we've got some points on the board, which is great. But when the transfer window is still open, there's always half an eye on what's going on in the transfer window. It's not always just about the football, what happens on the pitch. Whereas as of tomorrow, it is now all about what happens on the pitch. And I can't wait for that to be the case, because we all like a transfer story. And now it's 100% focused on the pitch, and can't wait for that.
So we're talking about the kind of the biggest moments of the transfer window for Lincoln City. I'm going to ask you yours in a minute. But for mine, the biggest moment of the transfer window is going to happen in 53 minutes. And that's when it shuts and Ethan Arahan's still at the football club. And I don't know if it's intentional, but I'm actually surprised at how little has been said about that over the last couple of days. There's been no fear. There's been no newspaper reports. If the Echo was still printing, they were putting things about Brennan Johnson being recalled 3 weeks after he joined and stuff like that. There was a lot of scaremongering, but there's been nothing. There's been no mention whatsoever. And I know, kind of secretly or off the record, I've chatted to people behind the scenes, and we'll talk to Jez when he comes on shortly. And we know there's been interest, or we assume there's been interest, but there just doesn't seem to have been any fear in it. There doesn't seem to be any panicking, any scaremongering at all.
No, and I think that's a credit to everyone involved. It's a credit to Ethan, as mentioned before, because him and his agent clearly haven't been pestering for a move, because it's not just a club that can try to keep things under wraps. It's, if the players want out, then they can make stories appear from somewhere. The club seems to be pretty damn good at keeping the majority of transfer dealings pretty secretive these days as well. You don't get many leaks from the club at all. The majority of the ones that we heard about beforehand were generally from the local press of the club that we were signing them from. So I think it says a lot because of the setup behind the scenes that maybe prevents a lot of that noise that you maybe sometimes hear. But yeah, we haven't heard anything. And the fact there hasn't even been any, young lads in their bedroom making up rumours and choosing Ethan around and getting something started, it's been nothing at all. And I think that's had a role to play in regards to, while there's not been as much panic or concern around it in the last 48 hours or so, is because we haven't heard anything from anywhere else. I think that's credit to people involved, but also it's allowed us to have that calmness, which I think we all quite like on deadline day.
Speaking of calmness, I had a message from Jez 4 minutes ago saying he's trying to get in through the shared StreamYard link. Now, I'm not sure if because we're still sharing a screen down there that we can get anyone else in the green room. I'm certainly hoping Ben's got rid of it, so certainly hoping that he can still get through. Let me just try sending the link again. Great television, this, isn't it?
It's fantastic for the.
I happen to know that Jack Mulhall is home alone, and he's been watching us. So that's I don't know if that's worrying or not. And I know that Jack and his friend Mike are particularly happy that they are below Ben in the fantasy league. So I'm sure that Ben didn't remind us about that at all, but. We will have a code, by the way, if you want to join the EFL Fantasy League. Please do, especially if you haven't done it for a couple of weeks, because it means I won't be bottom.
And it also means that I might be. Well, you're not bottom. I'm bottom because I didn't do it for the first 2 weeks, and now I'm only 30 points behind you after 2 weeks now. But I am still bottom of the league. So if anyone else joins late, that means I wouldn't be bottom as well. So I'd very much welcome that.
Excellent. Apparently, Andy Brown wants to know if the halo above my head is intentional.
Absolutely not.
No, it's not. I did ask everybody else to help me pick my background. There was 3 studios, and they picked this one. So that's obviously how everybody else sees me. And funnily enough, Richard Godson has put, it's a bit like Dickie Davis getting a call on the white telephone on his studio desk. What I found really, got a chuckle. I actually had a dream the other day that Richard Godson had got 8 different telephone numbers for me and didn't know which one to get through to. And I never did find out what he wanted in the dream because I woke up. So that's fascinating. We're not just padding now until Jez comes in. This is genuine cutting edge journalism. If we bring some Charlie, and he'll look surprised for some cutting edge journalism. Nope. What's the highlight of your transfer window, Charlie?
Part of me wants to copy exactly what you were saying, but now I've got to think of something different. I am going to say the exact same in terms of the moment, and it will be in, what was it? You said 53 minutes. Was it 49 minutes now? It'll be when it closes and we've got a considerably better, well-rounded squad than what we did at the start of the window. For me, that's all you ever want out of a transfer window, and that's exactly what we seem to have done. So I'm really happy with that. As well, with the Ethan Ereham comment, what you were saying earlier on about there's been no fear, there's been no scaremongering, things like that. I think it's because there's no worse scenario, there's no terrible scenario. We either get to have Ethan Ereham, who is a top player, like you say, one of the best footballers that we've seen at Lincoln City, in the team for the following campaign, or we get maybe £1.5 million. Neither of those are terrible scenarios. It's not like he could have left on a free or could have left for peanuts or anything like that. So I don't really think I'd have been unhappy in either way. Obviously, I'd have been upset to see him go because he's that good. But to have then broken our record transfer fee by that much and to know that the club would reinvest it in such a great way wouldn't have actually been as terrible of an idea.
We are just having some technical difficulties with getting Jez online, but it won't be too long now. We've got Luke from the football club, who's been brilliant with the podcast all week, is now also helping out. So that is absolutely imminent. We are still waiting for that. Stu Wells has got some breaking news for me. I think Ben must have fallen asleep. Ronnie Stutter has signed for Burton Albion from Chelsea. That's interesting. Chelsea under 21s. Yeah,
there's no comment. They've just signed another player. They've signed about 5 somewhere already, haven't they? What more harm can another one do, eh?
Yeah, I actually find it quite comforting that we're not just collecting loan players as well. Like literally the only 2 loan players that we've brought in have been Pepper in the squad right at the end of the window. Whereas actually in previous years, the loan players have been the kind of the meat early doors in the window. When you think about Dan and Lunderloo and Lewis Fiorini and players like that, the loan players were really the kind of the hardcore, weren't they?
Yeah, just in a question from Reese here, which I think is a really interesting one. It links into that a little bit, which is, are there any teams in the league that have shifted up or down in your expectations after the window? Because everyone likes to pick before a ball's kicked. Well, who do you think is going to finish where? But there's still 3 or 4 weeks of the transfer window left by then. And I think for me, probably Burton Albion, actually. I know it'll take a little while for things to gel, but I've actually been quite impressed by some of the summer business. You know, it's a lot of business. So that's going to have a lot of question marks over it. But I had them down as maybe a relegation candidate. I think they're going to be okay in that regard. I don't think they're going to pull any trees in terms of promotion, but for me, they're probably the biggest movers. And even though I chose Shrewsbury in the bottom 4 and picked them bottom, I actually think they're even worse now than I did when we first predicted it. Honestly, I think they're crap. So that we're always going to lose to them now, aren't we? Twice, but honestly, I just think they're in a real sticky situation, even more so than I felt like a month ago. What about you guys?
I sincerely hope that Stu Wells is going to clip that up for us.
Fine by me.
I've got some Shrewsbury friends who are fans, and we'll send that over to them. They're just crap. That's Chris Lamming, copyright.
That's the technical term.
Friday, August the 30th. So we're a lot more sober than we were last year at this time, Chris, aren't we?
Oh God, yeah, yes. That was embarrassing, actually, wasn't it? Because you decided to do it live.
It was when I was trying to do a live stream as well.
It would now appear that we have Jez in the room, but he's just on the phone. That's unlike Jez, isn't it?
Oh no!
He's gone.
Some boys who went over to Spain to watch the first friendly kind of came back to me, and one of them, there's a really funny story. One of them tells me that he'd obviously had a drink and he kind of went over and he was quite rude, I think, to Jez, in that he kind of said, "I never realised. I thought you didn't do anything. See how bloody hard you work now." And so yeah, basically, I genuinely thought Jez just came with a phone to his face. I thought it was like a physical thing. It was just fused to his face. Right, so let's drop one of our guests out. We'll bring Charlie out for now. Charlie, we'll bring you back in shortly, and we will bring Jez in if he gives us a thumbs up and let us know when he's ready. He's in. How we doing? Can you hear me, Jez? I can't hear. Oh, you're on mute. Your mic. I don't. You haven't got a connected mic. Oh, no.
Okay, here we go.
Be a panic. I'll tell you what we'll do.
It's been more stressful getting on this link than the window.
It can't have been that bad.
It has.
Is that just because the window has been so calm, Jez, and everything's gone 100% to plan?
Except for the last 10 minutes trying to get on this link.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for letting us have this opportunity to speak to you. Really, really appreciate it. You've even got your own graphic there now.
Kind of, yeah.
If you're happy, Jez, we'll come on to the transfer window in general, but there's just a couple of key things I wanted to pick up on that might be a little bit more topical, if that's okay. Just to kind of kick off. The first one, Derek Adams yesterday talking about JJ McKeithen and possible compensation agreement. I just wondered if that had reached a conclusion and what the situation was there.
Yeah, it has reached a conclusion. So we've agreed compensation with Morecambe. These situations are JJ's out of contract with Morecambe at the summer, but he's under the age of 24, so therefore they're entitled to compensation. The clubs try to reach an agreement between themselves, knowing that the backstop for that is to go to a tribunal. I think no one likes the tribunal, to be perfectly honest, because it's an inexact science. You cannot actually, there's a criteria, but it's very, very difficult to know what the outcome might be from that. It's not like it's a formula. So when we talked about Jack Moylan, if you remember, it was cross-border, or even Eric Ring cross-border, there's a FIFA formula, so you know exactly what you've got to pay. Whereas in England, club to club inside the same association, it's a little bit up in the air. So we felt that we'd conducted us properly in that negotiation and been fair. I think Morecambe's definition of what compensation was and ours was completely different. So therefore, it's very difficult to reach an agreement if you're really probably negotiating two different points of view as to what you're actually negotiating. We're pretty firm in our position, accepted that we go to tribunal. Derek rang me a few days ago, said, can we get a deal done? And we managed to do that quite quickly. So, yeah, we're happy with the outcome. We think it's fair. I think it's right. It's the number that we thought we should pay, and everything's been agreed. So that means we don't have to go to tribunal. And yeah, nothing changes for JJ's registration because there's a process, but it just means that we have some certainty over it.
Wonderful, thank you. And there's a couple of players that we may have been in for that I do want to touch on. But first of all, I just want to touch on the two that we've brought in recently. The first one, Eric Ring. An awful lot of work seemed to have gone in that from the club's part. How satisfying is it to get it over the line?
Yeah, like really, really satisfying. I think that we probably had a couple of targets that we've tried to sign in this window from outside the UK, so outside our normal market, that global recruitment, both in Scandinavia. One we managed to do, one we didn't. With Eric, like I said in the press release, there's a couple of guys do an amazing amount of work for us, Matt and Toby. They do it part-time. They're head teachers at schools, but they were previously with the club and they do some really smart work with algorithms and looking at data across every league in the world, and we flagged some really interesting markets up, and one of those has definitely been Scandinavia. Once we flag those players up, then it's eyeballs on the games and watching loads and loads of videos of the games, and then trying to get to watch players live. But with Eric, really exciting, brilliant profile for us, both in terms of his physical attributes, pace, power, different to what we had in the squad, huge potential, versatility, can play off both sides. People might question, is he a wing back? We think he is. He thinks he is. So that's pretty cool if we both think that. And yeah, there's probably a little bit of work to do with his defending, but he's a real exciting talent. So it's more in that case, is like you almost pinch yourself and think like we won't be able to sign this player. Like we've identified him, but we knew the compensation would be, if his contract expired at the end of December, €360,000. It's not a fee we can pay. It's not a fee we can pay. So we're then into that world of trying to contact his agent, trying to get his agent to have an interest in us, and that took some time because he probably didn't have League One football clubs on his radar for Eric. Then we managed to persuade the agent to allow us to do a Zoom presentation to Eric, myself and I did the first one with him and agent, and then Michael jumped on one the next couple of days later with family and Eric. And then there was some keenness for him to pursue that. And I think the fact that he's come through their academies, an AIK fan, how he conducts himself, sort of lad he is. When I first spoke to their sporting director, he was brilliant. He was really, really helpful in terms of if Eric's not going to sign a new contract, we don't really want him to move into a different club in Sweden, neither does Eric. And if he really thinks this is the right adventure for him and next move, we'll find a financial solution. And I told him our parameters. Significantly less than €360,000. He gave incredible, really. Like Thomas Bernstein, the agent, the sporting director's name at AIK, it's been incredible. So he allowed Eric, a little bit of time off to come over and visit Lincoln. So he came over, him and his parents. We tried to give him like the whistle stop, A to Z of Lincoln. So what he saw on the Zoom presentation, he then saw in real life. Met everybody, met all the staff, met the players, one or two of the players, showed them accommodation, just did everything for trying to create a good impression. He would be good at poker because he left and I had no clue what he was going to do. To be honest, I didn't know it was done, could be done, or I had no interest, but he went back home. I then flew over, met him again, mum and dad and Eric, and we felt like we were getting towards something that Eric wanted to do, but it's just such a big step to leave such a massive club and his boyhood club. But yeah, the last stage of that was post Barnsley, flew over, watched the derby game in Stockholm, met Eric after the game. He told me that he wanted to come. And then I met with the sporting director the next day, threshed out the deal, got an agreement in place, and then waited to bring him back. Thought, I won't leave Stockholm until we've got him. So it was, one of those where we're really excited when Toby and Matt flagged him up. Coaching staff loved him, recruitment staff the same. it was unanimous. Like sometimes they happen where there's not one difference of opinion across everybody, but it was more about, is it going to be possible to get this deal done? So we were really pleased.
Excellent. And obviously Bailey came in as well. Now, some really interesting comments. I think they were from Michael about coming to the football club for the right reason. Kind of feels like very much for footballing reasons in a market that perhaps isn't always dominated by that. Can you just talk us through that a little bit?
Yeah. And look, I think everyone I speak to when I'm at a match day, up to the point where something had broken the Sheffield Star, I just said, like, sign a centre forward. Because, like we didn't know that we wanted to add another centre forward to the ranks, but that's how it is. And then the comments changed to sign Bailey when it came out in the press a little bit that we had some interest. I think all summer, we saw the impact that Joe made in the second half of last season. We're not blind. We know what pace power does. We know what real threat does in behind. But it's just such a difficult market, Gary, because every single club at our level wants a centre forward who's quick, strong, powerful, runs in behind, scores goals. We did really well to get Joe in January, and he was, he returned that faith, if you want, by the goals he scored and what he did. There was a piece in the summer where we're obviously trying to do our job in ascertaining whether Joe might become available. Our judgment on that was it was going to be very, very, very late in the window, and I'm still scarred from still have nightmares of Jaden Phillidy, Jean Badass, and Morgan Whittaker on a deadline day in August 3 years ago. So we didn't want it to go down to the wire. We knew about Bailey. We thought he was, exactly what we wanted in terms of profile. Again, same type of scenario, if you like, in terms of our method is, speak to the agent a lot. He's a really good guy, Chris Morgan. Speak to the club, their loans manager or head of recruitment. We jumped on a Zoom call, myself, Michael, did a presentation actually to the manager of Sheffield Wednesday as well. So that just probably shows the esteem they hold Bailey in. Very, very rare for that to happen. And obviously we only find this out at the end, but his agent said he jumped off that call and was like, I don't want to speak to anyone else. I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to go Lincoln. So that was brilliant for us that we managed to sell the club through that presentation. And then he came to the Barnsley game. So there was a few people not as eagle-eyed as they should have been. He came and watched with his dad. Loved it, loved the atmosphere, loved the stadium, loved the fans. And then it was just a matter of getting the deal over the line with Sheffield Wednesday. That became a little bit protracted, but at no point was that Bailey. It was just one or two terms that we were trying to thrash out. So yeah, as Michael said, I think it's just brilliant when the player comes because he believes in the club, didn't even want to speak to another club once he knew of our interest, and once we presented to him and told him what we thought we could do and what we've done with loan players in the past and similar age players. And yeah, we think he can come and have a really big impact, but alongside a group of centre forwards, a group of forwards that we're really happy with. We're really happy with Rob Street early in the summer. And, Rob's had limited opportunities yet, but he signed a 4-year contract for a reason, not to be judged in the first 4 weeks. And, he'll come strong because he's got an incredible attitude. He's got brilliant attributes. And yeah, we're really sure he's going to have a big role to play in the future. Housey, obviously, we know. And tactically, without the ball, he's probably the best in the league, to be honest. He makes such a difference. He enables us to play in a certain way, and he's got such knowledge that he will pass on to those younger players. And then 2 of our own that have come through our academy in Jovan and Fred. And obviously, with Tyler's unfortunate injury in pre-season, we did feel, especially after last season, we didn't want to go into the season with 4 fit centre forwards. We wanted to bring that 5th one in. We thought that might have been Tyler, and then that unfortunate injury meant the loan market was going to be the best way of us going into the season with that department that is so important being as strong as it can be. We know what happened last year. 4 months without a forward took its toll, and it derailed us really leading into that January. So it might be this year that it's a tougher league and there's going to be some unbelievably tough competition. I mean, what are Birmingham City doing today? Like £10 million signing. Our job, we feel, is to try and make sure we added depth and strength throughout the group, so that if we have got the inevitability of injuries over a 55, hopefully-ish game season with cup competitions, there will be a really small drop-off. And actually it gives Michael more of an opportunity to rest, rotate, pick players that he thinks suit a particular opposition. And the way we play, with the intensity we play, how we press from the front, how we counter press from the front, just having that depth of options and being able to, 2 on, 2 off, hour gone, front 2 off, another 2 on, just to be a relentless team. That's why we wanted to add, but we didn't want to add anybody. We wanted to add something that was slightly different and real high quality. We think Bailey's both of those.
You mentioned Tyler there as well. How's his injury looking? What's the situation?
Yeah, it's a slow one. It's a frustrating one. I feel for him so much. And, let me promise you, there's no one on this earth wants to be injured less than Tyler does. And it's completely nothing to do with him. He's been so professional. He came back, he worked all summer, he came and did extra sessions. He was as fit as you could possibly be. When we signed Tyler, the question marks were he'd had a couple of issues with his knee, and that was the situation in terms of his injury problems. And there'd never really been a soft tissue injury. And then he doesn't just rip his hamstring, he tears the hamstring off the bone and ends up, having a massive, massive injury. Comes back, looks really fit, really sharp, probably in the best nick he would probably say he's been in for years. And literally rolls his ankle in the most innocuous moment in training you could ever imagine. So, and then that's just not a roll of the ankle. That ends up being diagnosed as a really serious injury as well. So he's just had such bad luck. And I feel for him because he's desperate to do well for this football club. He's desperate to play. And yeah, 2 massive, massive setbacks for him. So we have to support him with that, get him back as strong as can be at the right moment. But equally, we have to look after the club as well. And we have to make sure we go into the season or come out of this window with enough strength in that department. And we think we've got a really strong department of forwards. Look, we think we've got a really strong squad now. So I'm happy to go through different departments, but we know the scrutiny always at the top end of the pitch. We know it's the difference maker. And I think all 5 of those players add some different qualities to the group, and all will be needed at some point this season.
One of the strongest parts of the transfer window that we've been discussing is the fact that we've managed to hang on to Ethan Arahan. No doubt there must have been interest, but kind of what's been the situation there and how's that unfolded over the summer?
Yeah, we've got a really, really good relationship with Ethan's agents. I mean, truth be known, if we didn't have, we wouldn't have been able to sign Ethan in the first place. So look, it's New Era, it's Max Ferdinand, it's Anton Ferdinand. Anton was actually in the team at St Mirren when Ethan first broke in. So the relationship there is probably more than a normal agency. They're really tight, and they do a really good job with Ethan. They're close to Ethan, and we went and been proactive. We spoke, went down to London, met them all at the end of last season when we knew which league we were in, and we talked about what our valuation would be for Ethan, what would make the deal happen, what wouldn't make the deal happen, and yeah, of course, there's been loads of interest. There's been a lot of Championship clubs will be looking at him, but ultimately we've never had a formal offer for Ethan this window, and part of that is because the agents have conducted themselves properly and sensibly and fairly to know the number that would bring us to the table, and if that number wasn't met, we wouldn't come to the table under any circumstances. It's a complete, and I'm happy to speak about Lass and Lucas separately, but completely different situation. Lass and Lucas, 1 year left of their contracts. There's a pragmatism there that we don't want a situation. We can't continue to have situations like Regan where they might leave on a free at the end of their deal. So we felt that was the right thing to do if the right offers came in for both of those. Whereas with Ethan, we're really well protected. We've got 2 more years on a contract plus an option in the club's favour. So 3 years of protection. We only would sell in this window if it was the right number. The right number didn't come to us. Ethan knew that situation all the way through. No one's been unsettled. Everybody's been fair. Good dialogue throughout. And yeah, look, being honest, I'm glad my phone didn't ring today because you never know. We said all the way along, don't put a gun to our head on the last day. Don't surprise us because, as much as we try and have contingencies for this, the whole of the summer we've tracked players who, if that happened, what would we do? Because that's our job. But today it would have been almost impossible to have done a deal anyway. So yeah, relief when it finishes and closes, obviously, but yeah, I can't speak highly enough. To be honest, the agents get a really bad name, but I can only speak really highly of the guys that represent Ethan and how we've actually worked together to be fair, honest, transparent. And if someone came at the right number, we'd do business, and if not, we'd crack on and enjoy him for another season.
Can I ask a question on the back of that? Because you mentioned a couple of things there, Jez, about how people that are often behind the scenes. You mentioned the AIK sporting director there, Ethan's agents, and how beneficial it is to work with people that are smart and sensible and easy to get along with. I'm guessing that isn't the norm then, from the way that you.
No. I think, look, in every industry, you know, every industry, it doesn't matter what you're talking about, whether it's football, whether it's inside football, whether it's football clubs, whether it's different businesses, you get good and bad, don't you, and everything. I actually think there's a number of really good agents out there who do a really good job for their clients and are really open, transparent. You speak with them, they understand that they're a conduit, and that they rely on clubs and clubs rely on them. There's a working relationship to be had, and there's a respect to be had. I think when we recruited for our head of recruitment, and one of the candidates came to us and said, "Did you know you had the most diverse number of agents representing your players in the entire EFL?" And I was really proud of that, because I think we've got something like 21 or 22 different agents representing our players. So I think that shows that we don't do the shortcut process of, you know, getting agents to do our recruitment for us. We do our work, and then we try and deal with those agents. And yeah, I can't think of an agent that we have representing one of our players that makes life difficult for us. You know, I think we create some really good relationships, and I think there's a lot of agents that, certainly a number in Ireland, help us because we've built relationships over a period of time. Certainly started to try and do that with networks abroad. And I just think it's part of the business. It's part of the job. You know, part of my job is to make sure that we have a good relationship with all the biggest agencies. Mark Tracy does an absolutely amazing job on a day-to-day basis, speaking to agents constantly, so that when we decide, you know, internally that we'd like to pursue a player, he's been in dialogue with that agent for weeks, months. So yeah, it's part of the business. I think one thing I've noticed probably is, as you go up levels, the caliber of the agents goes up as the caliber of the players goes up. It's without doubt, and you get to a certain level where you're dealing with really mostly professional people. So I'm not saying every agent is perfect, but yeah, there's a lot of really good agents out there that do a good job as well.
If we've got you for a while, if you're happy, let's.
I'm fine.
Can we look at the?
We usually think it's 11 to finish, so I'm happy to stay on as long as you want.
Well, let's just go through the different areas of the team, if you're happy to do that, because we've obviously done it ourselves. Lots of movers and shakers in the goalkeeper area. Obviously, we signed the number one, who looks a class act, and a little bit of a coup, I think, as well.
Yeah, look, it ended up, didn't it, be a complete rebuild of the goalkeeping department. I think we'll start with the departures, if that's okay. We just felt we'd reached a point with Sam that he needed a new home, and he needed a prospect to being a number one, and he needed to go somewhere where he could challenge to be a number one. And that's tough, because he's been here as a, you know, he signed as a boy, as a 15-year-old, and he's come through the scholarship program and had some loans. It probably didn't help Sam as well, just being really honest with you, the profile when we signed Lucas, and then we see what a monster goalkeeper does for us in terms of presence and domination of the penalty box. You can see from the profile of the goalkeepers we've signed, we've sort of used that as a bit of a blueprint. So it was the right thing for Sam. It was also the right moment for Jordan. So yeah, of course, you know, profile-wise, he'd fit that, but he was ready to be a number one. He wanted to be a number one. That was a good deal for the football club. It was the right thing for Jordan. And sometimes you have to make sure that relationships don't go beyond the moment that they're serving both parties. Yes, we've got a contract. Yes, we can hold him to it. But if he's really not happy being the number two, and we feel it's the right moment for him to go and spread his wings and try and nail down the number one space, I think it's the right thing to do to give him that opportunity. That scares you a little bit, because we've let two go, and then Lucas, you know, the situation happens with Lucas, so it becomes a complete rebuild. But the Lucas situation, we felt that it was unlikely someone was going to buy Lucas, to be perfectly honest. We do our job, we do our due diligence. So actually, we go out into the market, we speak to all the agents who represent goalkeepers, we try and speak to every single championship club, and we're almost trying to ascertain, where's the market? Is anyone going to buy a goalkeeper? And is anyone going to spend a transfer fee? And it comes back, and there's probably only one or two clubs, and Millwall were not one of them. And then there's a tragedy, obviously, at Millwall that no one could have anticipated. And because of that, Millwall are shopping for a goalkeeper. So that happened really quickly and really out of the blue. And it tested us, because, again, we have to have that contingency of what if. But with goalkeepers, it's such a small market, and it's about timing. And if that had been probably 3 or 4 days later, we wouldn't have been able to sign George. George had was really close to, well, probably had agreed terms or very close to agreeing terms with another League One club. That club had also agreed compensation with Fulham. So the deal was ready to do. And we literally, like the second we knew Lucas was going to be going, Mark Tracy, again, I can't speak highly enough of the guy, straight onto straight onto George's agent that we'd had some dialogue with. We managed to fix up a Zoom presentation. We got the presentation prepared in 24 hours. We did it from Spain on the second or third day we were there. And then by that weekend, we'd done a deal with George, and on the Monday we agreed compensation with Fulham. So within 7 days of Lucas leaving, we might not have announced it for 4 or 5 days after, but George was like the George Wicken signing was done within 7 days. So that was a big one for us, because there was the young goalkeeper at Aston Villa who'd been on loan at Exeter, who went to Celtic for £1 million. He was on our list. Carl Hine from Arsenal was on our list, the Estonian goalkeeper who's gone and done a loan abroad. And then the cupboard was a little bit bare from our perspective, what we thought was at a calibre to replace Lucas. So we were so pleased to get George. And yeah, we think he's got loads of growth, loads of potential, and can be a real big asset for our club. And I think it was a statement as well that when we signed Lucas, 2-year deal, because it was a free transfer and we couldn't get him on a longer contract, to be able to replace him with someone that we'd spent a fraction of the transfer fee that we'd received, but we signed a real big potential future asset on a 4-year deal. I thought we wanted to make a statement as well, to be honest, that, yeah, this is the model and this is the way that we can operate to make the club stronger. And then Jamie and Zach come in, similar profiles. One will go out on loan. We had a deal done for one of them, but the other one got injured, so we couldn't let him go. And now we're trying to resurrect that deal, but there'll be hopefully a National League loan for Zach, so that Jamie can be our number 2 in the first half of the season. We want Zach to go and get some games if possible. So we're hoping that post the window we can resurrect that option for them.
And earlier in the show, we were chatting about the defensive areas, the wing backs. Obviously, we've already discussed Eric Ring, but Tendai coming in, and Charlie and I had a little discussion. I don't know if you were aware or not. The win and develop model, but he's kind of outside of what people perceive the club's model to be, but very much adds value to the club as well. Yeah,
and look, if you have a model, you can't be so inflexible that the model can never be tweaked for the right individual. Otherwise, that'd just be pig-headed and ridiculous. Like, we've got to be smart when we assess the market. And here's the truth: when we sold Lass, we knew that was a really tough market to replace him. And actually, the only options that we felt came anywhere near Lass were going to be loan options. They were going to be Premier League loans, and then they were going to be really, really late in the window. We'll talk about Jay Ben in a little while, but we didn't think Jay was ready to be the number 1 in that position. And we were very, very conscious of the risk we would have to take going deep into the window, probably past the start of the season, without being able to sign one of those players on loan. And there was no guarantee that the player would even come. All of those, if ever you contacted a Premier League club about one of their young players, it will be like, yeah, going to the Championship. So we knew that it was not certain. The finance might be crazy and it'd be really deep into the window. And again, there's going to be a common theme on this. He told me that, someone told me tonight that there was a rumour when one of our members of staff, who was a recruitment analyst, left to go to Charlton, that he took the entire department with him. Well, he didn't, because Mark Tracy's worked pretty hard during this last window, so he definitely didn't do that. But Mark Tracy, again through a bit of some contacts, when we started thinking outside the box for the solution, Tendai fell off the radar a little bit. Brilliant career, gone out to Cyprus to play, had come back, and we were aware that we had a window of 4 or 5 days where we probably had to meet Tendai to see if we could persuade him to come to us, because there was a number of League One clubs trying to sign him. He came in, met Michael and I. We could not have been more impressed with him. It's been probably a common theme that a lot of players are impressed by how we present and talk to them about the club, but both of us were just like, his desire, his hunger, his professionalism. The amount of references we got, every single one wasn't strong. It was like incredibly strong. So then we just have a discussion of saying, well, our first option was going to be a 1-year scenario on a loan. He's 32 years old, but his numbers aren't for a 32-year-old. His fitness, the way he looks after him, what he could bring to the group in terms of maturity, leadership, development as well. So win, develop, but yeah, win, but help some others to develop. We just thought, well, we can't not do this just because he's 32. That would be ridiculous. So, yeah, he reminded me of that this morning. I saw him. I was introducing Harvey and Clive, and they were telling how far he runs. And his high-speed running and his sprint distances are off the charts. We never thought we'd get anyone near Lass, and we have. But he reminded me in front of them that he told me 32 was nothing, and he's still young, and he's still got years left. So, yeah, it was a good signing for us. And maybe everybody thought there was a misprint and it was a 23-year-old. But I think it's really good sometimes that you've got a model, but you're not so inflexible that you can't go outside it.
And obviously another one across the back, Tom Hamer came as, when I say a little bit of a surprise, I mean, obviously there was talk of us kind of being in for Alex Mitchell to play on the right as cover or whatever on the right side of the fence. Obviously he went to Charlton. I'm assuming we were probably in for him at some point, or at least had some sort of interest. And we've signed a League One ready cover as well. Yeah,
let me deal with Alex first. Yeah, we did pursue Alex. You'd expect us to do that. Every fan would want us to do that. Certainly the guys in the Shakespeare after that night after Portsmouth probably wanted to do that when he was on the tables leading everything. We got really close. We got really close with Alex. The problem with Alex just became finance in the end, because if you go head to head with a monster club, you can't win when it's a permanent deal. So we probably could have paid the transfer fee, but personal terms just got out of our league, and we have to just know when it's out of our league. And let's also be honest, like, as much as we like to not look at other clubs in the same light as we do our own, Charlton Athletic is a hard club when the finances are so strong, and it's London, and the size and the potential, you know, they're going to be promotion favourites. That just becomes an impossible one for us. So Alex goes with our best wishes. You know, there's no hard feelings. It's football. You chase, you try your best. And then we looked at some different options in that position, and Tom Hamer shone out. We liked him for a while. He's versatile. We actually think he's a really, really good outside. Like, of the three that we play at the back three, he'd be the right-hand side. But Jacko's in the team at the minute, and he's not going to give his shot up lightly. But we definitely don't see Tom as cover. We see Tom as a potential starter, and it's going to be a hell of a fight during the season as to who takes that position, we feel. And Tom was a little bit behind when he came in with pre-season. He'd been cast aside by Burton and was training in a very, very small group, so he missed a lot of pre-season. He'd been out back end of last year with an injury. But yeah, for us, really, really good signing. And despite what it might have said publicly or what anybody might have thought, like, we didn't pay a transfer fee for Tom. So it was a brilliant move for us. We thought a ready-made player, really good character, versatile, but also specialist in a position that, yeah, we were replacing someone in terms of Alex Mitchell.
Now, there's an uncomfortable pause there because Chris isn't reading the private chat where I'm telling him that he can ask the next question. So I'm just
sorry. No, I've just been sat having a lovely time.
So the final area of the field really to chat about is the midfield area. Some really strong recruitments there, and some big names departing as well.
Yeah, you'd understand. I want to be respectful to the lads who've left, so I don't want to say, you know, too much there. I think, yeah, maybe look, Hakib and TJ were always going to leave at the end of the season, and that was clear early. You know, Hack's really before his loan, and TJ, we had some good conversations, and it was time. You know, he'd been with us for 4 years, and it was the right moment for him. Lewis, we were delighted to keep, and then Ted and Danny were, yeah, different situations. I think with Ted, it became a little bit complicated when we're trying to, I don't know, put risk and reward and balance in terms of wages, in terms of length of contract, and what we offered Ted wasn't right for Ted. He quite rightly exercised these options of looking elsewhere, but we made it really clear to his agent that if he was doing that, then it's only right and fair that we do that as well. And we went into the market and we signed Tom Bayliss. And we think that's a really, really good signing, and someone who brings similar qualities. I don't want to compare, but similar qualities to Ted in terms of ability to beat people, drift by people, final third actions, set play deliveries. And then Danny really didn't want to engage in any conversations with us whatsoever, to be perfectly honest. So that became a more simple scenario, because we never really were in a position to sit down and talk to Danny about another contract. The way that we signed Danny from Shamrock, it probably was going to be a 2-year deal. It was probably going to be a either go halfway through with a fee, leave at the end, and it was the latter. And we'd signed JJ, and we're really excited about JJ. And like, everyone just needs to be really patient. I beg our fans to be patient with JJ because he's a real talent. We worked so hard with big competition in League One to sign him. We're delighted to get him on a really long-term contract, and we feel that, without talking about like for like, we've signed two really good players, younger, and we feel we've come out of that overall, especially when you think about the addition of Dom Jeffries. And Dom was an interesting one. We probably went after 3, got 2, thought 3 would be greedy. But when we looked at Dom, he's got so many good attributes, such different attributes to what we have, real running power. And we also we had an inkling that he could be a wing back. We had a little feeling that he might be suited to that position a little bit, how we changed last. So to give the squad some strength that we think he can play either side and as an 8, that just became a signing that, again, probably with the centre forwards, we're probably a bit greedy, because if you add Connor and then Jack to that mix, we've got real competition, real strength. But look what happened at the end of the season. We got 2 injuries, and we were on our knees a little bit when Ted got injured, and we were decimated in that position. So we just don't want to be there again. So we thought, if we've got the wherewithal to do it, we've done it in budget. We've been really smart and clever, I think, with how we've used our money. And then in a really tough market, we believe we've got like unbelievable value in some players. We think we've come out of that really well. And Conor McGrandles doesn't need any. I think the last time I was on the show briefly in January, we were trying to almost talk up Connor a little bit because of the way perhaps he left the club. But I don't think we have to do that anymore, do we? No one needs to be convinced about Connor. And every time he plays, he makes every single other player on the pitch better. That's the best compliment I can give him. So we think we've come out with a really good department there that has got loads of different attributes. Ethan Hamilton's still coming back from his injury, but when he's fit, there's some competition in there, and so many different types of players for Michael to pick from.
That's great. Thanks. Yes, sorry. This is all new to me, everybody. So good. I'm happy to do the questions asked to me. So I suppose there's a couple of others that we haven't mentioned just yet. So you mentioned Jeffries, of course, that has potentially played at wing back, and we saw him there against Mansfield. We haven't mentioned the signing today in Mr. I've forgotten his flipping name now. Thank you, shit. Funny, we'd read about that.
We'd be in trouble.
I know. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind, give us a bit of an insight into that one.
It was just because Luke Thornhill wanted a nice headline to finish the window, so we looked for something called Late or Early, and we found Saxon. Now, again, I'm just going to be honest with you. We have a real conundrum at the back because Michael loves left foot balance, but Sean Rowan has just developed to a level where, he's like, I think all being well, that he wakes up well tomorrow, and I don't want to pick the team, but I'm assuming he stays the same. I think it's his 100th appearance for the club, or very, very close to that, which is a brilliant achievement for a young man he joined us at 15. We had to organise his Irish leaving certificate at Lincoln Minster School. The head teacher, Mark Wallace, taught him maths 1-to-1. We found an Irish tutor from Nottingham. Like the lengths we went to because we thought it was a special talent. And I think now everyone's enjoying that special talent. But what that makes very, very difficult is, how do we recruit a left side centre-back? And we spent all summer really looking for who could compete with him, who could challenge with him, but who would be potentially like not satisfied not playing, because we couldn't see a situation where Sean wasn't going to play. And then we've also got some level of uncertainty about left wing back, just again being open and honest. So Rico is coming back from a tricky injury, and we're hopeful he's not far away, but we're also nervous about that, and we know that he's been out for a while, and we know that we're waiting on a hearing for Dylan, and we don't know the outcome of that. So we've got huge uncertainty in that position, and no cover for Sean. So we actually flipped this the other way, really. Instead of looking for a left side centre back who could play left wing back, we probably looked the search the other way around, and someone who may traditionally be looked at as a left back in a back four, but in certain games, perhaps if needed, could give us balance and play as a left side centre half in Sean's absence. Could certainly give us the opportunity to leave Sean out of one or two of the early rounds, perhaps in the EFL Trophy, but would give us a more, I don't want to say defensive option, that sounds wrong, but a traditional left wing back perhaps, in that position. A little bit like, when we went to Cheltenham last year and Sean actually played left wing back and Jacka played as centre half, we wanted that option. And then Saxon just come to the top of that list because we'd watched him a lot when he was on loan at Stevenage. I was actually saying to him the other day that you're laughing, you hear this. So Steve Evans asked me if Stevenage could use our training ground when they were playing away at Grimsby a couple of years ago. They're in League Two. And I said yes, because we were watching Saxon early and I thought I could watch him train at our place. So, and we'd see Bozzy and a few of the old gang. So we met Saxon and watched him train. And then I went to the Grimsby game the next day and watched him play for Stevenage. So that was probably 2 years ago. And we've kept him, an interest in him since. We think he's a really good player. We think he's a brilliant lad. We think he's got some good attributes. He's had a horrific 12 months with 2 really horrible ankle injuries. We're really satisfied that the operation's been successful. There's no issues with that. He's completed a full pre-season. So, yeah, we think we've got him on a really, really good deal that would never have been possible if he played for the last 12 months. But he just gives us that. He probably just lets Michael go to bed at night with less stress because he gives us a bit of certainty, competition, cover, left-footed balance in terms of our defensive options that we didn't have without him. So it was a really... maybe not one that everyone's excited about, but for us, a really smart, pragmatic solution to a difficult problem.
I think we've been almost done for a little while now. You mentioned, obviously, we brought Danny, not Danny Cadamarchi, that's his flipping dad, Bailey in. How many times are we going to do that over the next 12 months, by the way? But brought Bailey in, which I think from a fan's perspective, we see as a bonus. It appears from your perspective, it was always after a fifth centre forward. But I think from a fan's perspective, we're not used to having 3 fits at the forwards, let alone 4 or 5. So that felt like a bonus. But I suppose the only gap, it's not really a gap, would have been that kind of left-sided centre-back / wing-back cover. So I think for us, it's probably the same. And it just feels, we've got cover everywhere. But I've got maybe a question before you talk about the front line, if that's okay, Jez, which maybe links into something that you mentioned there with Saxon, is just like how far previous to this transfer window beginning do you start seriously planning for this window?
Yeah, we sort of, the actual planning for the window probably starts pretty soon after the previous one shut. Just in terms of like making sure we've got loads and loads of options, making sure we've watched the right games, making sure we're having the right conversations with the right agents. Quite often the Saxon early situation will come up to pass where you might have had a conversation and not signed the player. So when Plymouth signed him, we thought good take, good signing. Sean wasn't in the team at that point, and we'd have had to pay for Saxon to get him out of Norwich. And we just felt that was the wrong thing to do when we had our own young player in that position. But it didn't mean to say that we didn't continue to watch him and continue to track him. And you do that with quite a number of players. It would be, we had a big interest in Rob Street 12 months ago, and we continue to watch and track him. So these conversations about players are ongoing constantly. I think what happens is as we get towards the end of the season, we start sitting down with, Liam and myself in terms of finance, strategy, planning, then Michael and myself in terms of, assessing the squad, what decisions do we want to do? And then finally, Liam, Michael and myself, what's the strategy? What's the plan? What are we signing up to? And I think if you get absolute clarity into what you're trying to achieve, it helps you in the moments of stress in a transfer window. We talked about it today, me and Michael, because it tests you so much because, we want to sign players as well as you do. Things become difficult. The window's been tough. The market's inflated. Some clubs are doing crazy things, and not just Birmingham City and not just the ones you'd expect like Wrexham and Stockport and Charlton, but then the ones you think are our competitors, and they start getting into our marketplace, and then they start inflating wages for players who we are going after. So I think if you've got a real clear plan coming out of the season and what your strategy is and what you want to achieve, it's obvious, isn't it? You've got a better chance of staying on track, showing discipline, and coming out of it, not sidetracked with opportunities, but knowing, no, exactly what we need to come out of it. So lots of chat, lots of planning, lots of assessing of players. And then once we knew what league we're in, the pain of Portsmouth, probably the pain of the hangover on the Sunday morning, which was unintentional for all of us, but that happened on Saturday night. And then by Monday, okay, we need to get a plan, what we're doing. And that plugs into everything. You had Kieran on, I think, earlier about, what a medical looks like. We involved Kieran and Josh, our head of sports science, in those discussions early on as well. If we're going to play in a certain style, how do we prevent injuries? What do we need in terms of numbers? What do we need in terms of profile of player? So this has to be joined up thinking. It's multidisciplinary. It's across all departments. It's collaborative. No one wants to hear that. They want to hear, is he Jez's player or Michael's player? Truth is, he's neither. He's our player. And I thank Michael. He thanked me tonight because he's an absolute pleasure to work with. He gets it. He'll give his view. There's times where his sporting view differs from the financial view. Would he want to keep Lucas? Of course he would. No head coach in their right mind would not want to have kept Lucas. But once that collective decision's made, never refers to it again, moves on, and then we're on to the task of replacing. So, sorry, long-winded answer, but never ending in terms of talent ID and player identification, and then just absolute debate leading up to the end of the season, and then clarity once we knew that we were in League One again. What does the plan? What does the strategy? How does that model financially? And then try and execute as best as you can. And we lost one or two. We early in the window there was some crazy stuff going on, and we said no. And we've got our limits. We know what we want to pay. We know what value is. And if we get the players who really, really want to be here, contract negotiations are easy because they come for the bigger prize, which is on the field, their career progression, development, trying to get to the next level with us. And if it can't be with us and they go quicker, we help them make that next step. So, yeah, I think that would be the long-winded answer to the question.
It was the perfect long-winded answer because the time has just clicked over to 11 o'clock. So, Jez, you'll be delighted to know that the transfer window is closed and your phone is not going to ring about Ethan Arahan. But Lincoln City supporters can now know exclusively on the live podcast that J Ben has joined Sky Bet League 2 side Bradford City on a season-long loan. This is the official press release. Ben joined the Imps from Halifax in the summer of 2022 and has had spells at Bohemians and Solihull Moors. Although injury kept him out of the National League promotion, finally featured in the FA Trophy final against Gateshead. The official press release has some quotes from City's Director of Football, Jez George, but we will get the exclusive quotes directly from City's Director of Football, Jez George. So J Ben obviously heading out, and it looks like quite a good loan to a good League Two side.
Yeah, it's a brilliant loan for him. And I think let's look at our progress, if you want, as a football club. I think over a number of months now that Freddie Draper had a really, really good loan in League Two with Walsall. We've got Zach Bradshaw with a really good loan to Tranmere, and now J Ben to Bradford. I think that's real massive progress for the club, that some of our younger players are being sought after. And there's others that, listen, there's a market for a lot of our younger players in the squad that if we'd made them available for loan, we'd have had 10, 12, 14 clubs trying to sign them from the league below. So really good opportunity for Jay. He needs to play football. It's a big club. It's got big expectation. He'll play in front of big crowds. They've got real aspirations to be at the top end of their league. It's local for him, for home. And we can really now just take a step back and see what Jay does in the next 12 months in terms of his development. Jay's contract's up at the end of the season, but we have an option. So we have the decision to make next summer, and we just feel this is perfect for us. We can monitor him. We can see how he goes at the next level from his loan from Solihull, and then we can make a decision on his future next summer. So it's a bit of a win-win, I think.
Wonderful. Really appreciate that. I keep asking Charlie in the private chat if he wants to ask a question, and he hasn't responded. So we'll just bring him in very briefly so he at least gets to say hello. Charlie, did you have a question, or is it just a nice big hello and a thank you?
Charlie, you're the only one who's got an old tie as well. Respect.
I know. Honestly, I am disappointed with everybody else for not wearing it. To be fair, it's all Ben's fault. Otherwise, everyone would be wearing one.
And I'm hopelessly dressed for this compared to the presenters. So apologies.
Next time, you'll have to make sure you've got your yellow tie on. Then, to be fair, I would love to just ask a quick question actually on Lewis Montsma. So obviously, the deal went through earlier on in the window to extend for just 6 months, isn't it? Now, how complicated is an extension after this 6 months? Is there an option in there, or would it be a whole new, different type of contract renewal if we felt that after 6 months he'd rehabilitated to the point where we wanted him into the first team squad regularly?
Yeah. Look, I think when we first sat down with Lewis, we had a couple of real aims. What we wanted to look after Lewis, number one. there is a huge benefit to this football club if Lewis gets back to his level. We know that, but we didn't want that to be our driver. We wanted the driver to be, we've got duty of care to Lewis. There's a massive amount of affection and respect for him from the supporters, but all the way from the chairman, the owner, every single member of staff at the club. So we wanted to give him the opportunity of making his first steps back onto a football pitch with us. And he wanted that as well. So that's why we came up with the 6 months. Now, as part of those discussions, we did try and come up with, all the potential scenarios, from the worst scenario to the very, very best scenario. And then we actually agreed, we're making this really complicated. And actually, there's a huge amount, I know this is a mad word in football, but there's a huge amount of trust between him and us and the club. And no agent was used to negotiate this deal. It was Lewis and me sat in a room 10 times and we chatted through it all. So we feel Lewis is way ahead of expectation and schedule at the minute. Lewis doesn't, because he's an elite athlete who wants to play, and he wants to be in the squad and he wants to be in the team. And that's brilliant. But if someone had said to us at the end of last season, he would have completed every single session in the whole of pre-season, he'd have got his minutes in games, and he'd have played whatever he did, 75 odd minutes in the Carabao Cup, and be available. Hopefully there'll be minutes to come on Tuesday. We'd have snapped the hands off if that was offered to us. So we're really happy with where Lewis is. We know the next challenge for Lewis, and maybe those 2 EFL Trophy games, they're important games to us next month. They're really important games because there's players who need minutes, but we need to win. We want to get through in this competition. We're really keen to go a long distance. And for Lewis, though, to know, even if he doesn't break it, I'm not saying he won't, but even if he doesn't break into that league squad, there's a couple of fixtures there to him to really focus on. That's the next step for him. And then he's got to build his minutes gradually. So we don't want to put him under pressure. There's absolutely provision for Lewis to stay longer than January, Charlie, but we almost wanted to take too much of negotiation, finances, scenario setting, and trying to predict and be a crystal ball about the future away, and just focus on, let's get it right in terms of his rehab, his minutes, build him in. And if we've got a fit Lewis Monsma, we don't have to wait to January to organise a new contract. And look, that'll be the case. My next job, when now it's finished, is there's 1 or 2 players within the squad now that we'll look at in terms of longer contracts. So, we'll be in some chats and negotiations with 1 or 2 of those players already. So, we've got to try and keep managing the squad. With Lewis, it's a bit of a unique situation, but we don't have to wait till January to manage that situation, if that makes sense.
Brilliant. Look, Jez, we're keeping you into the middle of the night, mate, and it's absolutely fascinating. We really, really appreciate your time. Ben has one really important question. He wants to know where you've got the mug from, because he says it's not available in any shop that he's aware of.
Oh dear, I've done that badly, innit? I got that from the club. Quite smart. Well, it was the camera. It's quite smart, isn't it?
It is, yeah, very. I think Ben wants to buy that. He can 3D print one himself, can't he? That's what he does. So it's all fine. Sorry.
No, you go.
I was just going to thank you for your time, but if you want to carry on, I'll sit here.
No. I was just going to thank you all for what you do, and the show's brilliant. Pleased to be on it. Today was less stressful than most transfer deadline days, because I think getting Bailey done ahead of time was really good for us. We knew Saxon was done yesterday, but picked to announce it to give fans something to wait and look forward to today. And just getting that loan sorted out for Jay Ben was brilliant, just because that's something he needs. And we talk about this always about what does the squad need, but quite often it's what does the individual need as well. And we want our young players to have the best opportunity. So that's happened late this evening, but we were hopeful of it, then not certain of it, and then it's come through late. So we're really pleased with that. So if there's anything else you want to ask me for 10 minutes, I'm fine. If not, just a big thank you for everything you do as well.
I think I am about done. I mean, I had a great big long list of questions, but you cover 3 or 4 of them at any one time. And I'm looking forward to coming and doing it all again. There's a fan forum, I think, next week. Is that right? On Thursday?
Fan forum next Thursday, and then we'll do a little bit on the window in a bit more detail from tonight, I think, for some fans at the EPC later in September as well. So a couple of opportunities to quiz us more.
If there's anybody watching who hasn't been to one of those presentations, I would pack up on a flask, because once Jez starts talking about Lincoln City, but the thing is, you won't realise your pack up will go mouldy, your flask will go cold, because it is fascinating. And I think I speak for all the team and the 200 plus people who are watching at home, that we really appreciate the kind of honest and relatable insight as well. And it's refreshing for a football league club of our standing and a person of your stature at the football club to come on and be so open and honest. So we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Pleasure. Thank you.
Wonderful. We shall see you again soon, Jez.
Will do. Take care. Thanks.
Thank you, Jez. Thank you very much.
Gents, wow.
Here we are again.
Honestly, I almost feel like I wanted to be a viewer there. I know you did as well, Chris. You kind of got.
Well, I didn't pay attention to any of the behind the scenes stuff. I was just taking it all in.
Yeah,
it's just sat there, isn't it? Yeah.
There's a lot to. Excuse me. There's an awful lot to unpack.
Comments on here. A few really good comments on here, isn't there? And just showing just how fortunate we are. There's one from Mulwell saying how fortunate we are to have a club that operates in this manner. Quite a privilege this evening. Well done, Lincoln City Football Club, and thank you, Jez. I think that echoes everything that kind of comes from us. Really, we appreciate how privileged we are. It's not just us. It's obviously the wider fan base that gets access to this. That I imagine most football league clubs fan bases would only dream of. So yeah, it's hugely appreciated.
Well, that's it then, gents. Another deadline day special done and dusted. Ben, was there any headlines at all?
I was going to say, do you want some news?
Go on then.
So yeah, there's been a couple more. Davis Keeler-Dunn has signed for Barnsley. Bradley Ihonvian. I don't know on that one.
From Colchester.
No, he signed for Peterborough. Yes, from Colchester. Northampton has signed Tyler Roberts on a season-long loan from Birmingham City. Sam Dolby's left Wrexham to go up to Scotland, and Jake Young has signed for Stevenage. And there was one more signing that I thought was quite interesting, which is, there we go. Shaq Ford has signed for Bristol Rovers.
That's interesting. Stevenage now have both Young and Kemp then.
Yeah,
so they have got the duo that did so well at Swindon last year.
Yeah, indeed.
I really like the fact that Ratius has stayed with us for the whole show. Despite being a
thank you, Pat.
Fan. I appreciate that, and we appreciate everybody who's watched. We got up to over 200 during Jez's interview. I actually can't wait to listen to that back. I think we've got 2 podcasts worth there. Whether we just clip up the Kieran and the Jez stuff, I think the Jez stuff needs to go out as a podcast pretty much straight away.
I think we'll probably do
because it was fascinating.
We could probably just put that out as a standalone special, and then put the rest up for the rest of it. But I'm sure we'll figure that one out.
I can do it first thing in the morning, but what I'm going to do after this is put the kettle on, have a cup of tea, and have a great big wee. Look, first of all, thank you to all of you. Thank you to Ben for plundering away in the background as you have. Thank you to Chris and to Charlie for your insight, for dipping in and out, for being incredibly flexible. Thank you to everybody who's watched. Obviously, a massive thank you to Lincoln City Football Club. I've really got to say a big thank you to Luke Thornhill, because Luke was the kind of the bridge between us and Kieran. He was the bridge a little bit between us and Jez. And I mean, it's just approachable, friendly. You know, we got the heads up on J Ben, to be fair, at something like 10 o'clock, told that we could break it on air. It's just, it's good. I'm not normally one to do the bum licking and smoke blowing, but we are privileged to be able to put a show like this together, and it's obviously well received by plenty of supporters. So thank you very much. Shall we play out? Oh, we've never done a collective up the imps, have we?
Ooh,
We'll do it on
Maybe.
3, and then we'll end the stream. So look, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, that was deadline day. It's the second full deadline day live that we've done. Once again, we've done more than 4 hours, and I've got no idea where they've gone. We praise Lincoln City, but the real praise should be for all of you, because without people watching, we wouldn't do it. There wouldn't be a point. So we really appreciate it. So super special one just for you. This was the Stacey West podcast, and all that remains to be said is up the imps.